reach. Here's the 0-1. Fastball is lined down the right field line, but foul and out of play. So McConnell has gotten the first 3 hitters in this Gems order consecutively to 0-2 counts. McConnell works from the right side of the rubber. Just his right foot stands on the rubber. So left foot stands off the rubber adjacent. Here's the 0-2. Curveball outside corner, missed low and away, ball 1. Here's a 1-2 with 2 outs. Outside corner missed, ball 2. One thing you love about O'Connell, if he misses on a pitch, misses location, he's right back on the bump, ready to go with that next pitch. Here's the 2-2. Swinging a tapper right back up the middle, snagged by O'Connell. He'll run it over to first with the underhand toss for out number 3. 3 up, 3 down for the Falcons here in the top of the first. We head to the bottom half of the inning. Falcons come to the dish for the first time as a home team here at CarShield Field in O'Fallon, Missouri. We're back in a moment. No score here at CarShield Field. Troy Bealsmith, Wade Stouse, and Austin Schmidt due up in the bottom half of the first inning for the Falcons. They'll face off against Ryan Palmier, the righty for the Gems roster, who has pitched at Missouri Baptist, had some really good starts in the CarShield Collegiate League so far this year. First pitch on the way to Bealsmith is out and away, ball 1. Palmier seeing his 11th game pitched on the year, his 7th start. 2 saves for him, no record on the season. Does sit right there with a 3 ERA. Fastball swung on and missed to even up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. 21 strikeouts for Palmier. He's given up 13 runs, 9 of them earned, 23 hits and 4 walks. Here's the 1-1. Tattooed down the left field line, but out of play. Foul. Troy Bealsmith going into what will be his 5th year at the University of Evansville. Played a number of years for the Purple Aces before started his career at DeSmet Jesuit High School in St. Louis. Here's the 1-2. Swinging a tapper left side, out of play, foul. Bealsmith was a guy in high school that normally played the middle infield positions. You usually saw him at short or second, but throughout his college career, they've seen the athleticism and threw him in the outfield. Here's the 1-2. Swinging a line drive towards the shortstop, fielded cleanly over there on to first from Baremore to Wilkie to record the first out of the bottom of the first. Brings in Wade Stouse, the catcher today for the Falcons. Stouse has had a pretty big summer here in the CarShield Collegiate League. A couple of big flies for him, average above the 300 mark for the left-handed catcher. He digs in with the shift on the infield. First pitch to him, curveball inside corner, called strike number 1. Stouse's average now reaching closer to that 400 mark. He sits at a 371 clip. Here's the 0-1. Curveball is tattooed down the right field line, out of play. Almost went into the Falcons' dugout. To make it no balls and 2 strikes on the count. 1 out. Goose eggs on the board for both teams in the bottom of the first inning. Gems win in order in the top half of the first. 0-2 now the count to Stouse. Here's the pitch. Hit him right in the back of the thigh for a hit by pitch. That's a tough way to get your first runner aboard if you're Ryan Palmier, hitting a guy when you're already in an 0-2 count. So that'll bring in Schmidt. Takes first pitch fastball on the outer third, strike 1. Austin Schmidt, the first baseman today, gets the nod for the Falcons. 1 on, 1 out, bottom first. The pitch is fouled back towards the screen on a play. Meat of this order for the Falcons here in the bottom of the first inning, an opportunity to push the first run across the board. Michael Long awaits on deck. We've seen the big-time pop that he's had this summer. Here's the 0-2. Swinging a tapper left side, out of play. So we'll do it again for Mason Palmier on the hill. Gems came into this ball game with a 10-14 record. Falcons now tied for second in the league after the Corn Belters picked up a victory to move to 13-11 on the season. Here's the 0-2. Another swing and a foul down the left field line, out of play. So just to run through the full standings, top of the leaderboard are the O'Fallon Hoots, the hometown Hoots 13-9-2. The Falcons are 13-11-1. Corn Belters 13-11-2. Eagles 13-14 now. Cavemen are 10-13-2, and Gems 10-14-1. So a lot going on at the top of that leaderboard as we enter the final week of play here in the CarShield Collegiate League. Palmier looks in for a sign. He's ready for the 0-2 to Schmidt, but Schmidt isn't ready, so he calls time. 1 runner aboard, 1 out here in the bottom of the first inning. Here's the 0-2. Up and away, ball 1. Fans continuing to trickle in here for our night games here at CarShield Field. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a foul ball right back at the dish. So we'll do it again. Let's reset your defensive alignment for you. Around the horn from first to third, it's Wilkie at first, Wargo at second, Bearmore at short, Franklin at third. The outfield from left to right is Gentry in left, Cunningham in center, Malzahn in right. Palmier's on the mound, and the battery behind the plate is Braden Spar. 1-2 on the way to Schmidt. Outside, ball 2. Got some friendly foes out there in center field above the center field wall. 3 or 4 guys out there hanging out tailgating. Here's a 2-2. Inside pitch missed for ball 3. So Austin Schmidt has battled through this at bat. Has fouled out 4 or 5 pitches to stay alive and now has worked the count full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Outfield is straight away. Here's the pitch. Curveball, got him looking on the outer third for a punch out of Austin Schmidt for the second out of the bottom of the first. That was a bender that Palmier just laid over the outer third of the plate, and Schmidt just wasn't expecting it. It puts 2 outs on the board, and Michael Long, the righty, to dig in. First pitch to him. Curveball on the inside corner, called strike. Palmier not afraid to work backwards against these Falcons hitters. It's a good group of hitters in the Falcons. 0-1 pitch. Strike on the outer third with a fastball at 89 miles an hour. Palmier really pumping up the juice. The 0-2, foul back towards the screen, out of play. After that foul ball, Franklin goes back deep in the hole at third base. Infield playing big with 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Curveball swung on and missed. Got him swinging. Palmier with a little pump fist into the glove for the excitement to end the bottom of the first. He ends the threat after a runner reaches aboard for the Gems, but they end it here in the bottom half of the first. We move to the top of the second. Goose eggs on the boards here at CarShield Field. We're back in a moment on CCL TV. Trayton Steffler, Braden Spar, and Lane Baremore do up this inning for the Gems, as we have no score here at CarShield Field in the top of the second inning. Gems and the Falcons going toe-to-toe here in the game number 2 of our triple-header action. First pitch strike delivered on the inner third to left-handed Trayton Steffler, who just joined this ball club a couple of days ago. Swings at the 0-1, fouls it down the left field line, out of play. Steffler still looking for his first hit as a member of the Gems. Ryan O'Connell trying to work another quick inning. 1-2-3 went the Gems in the top of the first. Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. That second strikeout of the day for Ryan O'Connell brings the first out of the top of the second.
And we were just talking in between innings there. With these two pitchers, there is not much dead time between pitches. We maybe have time to get off a sentence or two before they're getting back on the mound and throwing. These two guys are 2 of the 3 or 4 fastest workers in this league.
Here's Ryan O'Connell against Braden Spar, the right-handed catcher. Takes the first pitch outside in the dirt, ball 1. Spar's done most of the catching duties this summer for the Gems. Fastball low and away for ball 2. Dimensions here at CarShield Field, 325 to right center, 299 down the lines. 400 to straightaway, 354 to left center. 2-0 is fouled down the right field line, out of play over the Blue Moon patio bar down the right field line. Great day for baseball here at CarShield Field, 82 degrees the temperature. Here's the 2-1. Outside, missed, ball 3. So the first time that Ryan O'Connell has had an at-bat work to 3 balls so far. 3-1 the count. Here's the pitch. Curveball is popped up in the left center field. Bale Smith's got a read on it in left center. He'll camp and make the catch for out number 2. That's the other thing about O'Connell. He's not a huge contact guy. Some guys will get some good wood on it, but for the most part, this is a guy that is going to bury you with a fastball and multiple off-speed pitches.
and he can throw it in any count as well. He gets a lot of swings and misses early in the count because he's around the strike zone, so he gets guys to swing early in the count, and his stuff's so good, his whiff rate's really high.
First pitch to Lane Barrymore is a strike on the outside corner with the fastball. Works quickly, is not afraid to challenge hitters. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss on an off-speed pitch low in the zone for Barrymore for strike 2. 0-2 now the count. 5 straight retired. Can he make it 6? Not with that pitch, as it missed outside with the curveball for ball 1. 1-2 count now to Lane Barrymore. Here's the pitch. Swing and a tapper out of play into the hands of Kyle Franklin, who is awaiting on deck in the hitter's circle. Grabs that baseball, gives it right back to the home plate umpire, who says, let's play. 1-2 count on the way. Swing and a tapper to the left side of the infield. On a backhand, fielded by the shortstop. Bouncered in the dirt, but picked over there by Schmidt at first for out number 3. 6 in a row retired for Ryan O'Connell on the hill. As we move to the bottom of the second inning, still no score here at CarShield Field on CCL TV. Alex Hoff, followed by Jake McCutcheon and Nick Hoffman, due up this inning for the Falcons. As we move to the bottom of the second inning, still no score here at CarShield Field. Both of these pitchers working really well through the first couple of innings. Here comes the first pitch to Hoff from Palmier. A strike on the outer third is delivered and taken for strike 1. Alex Hoff gets to start in right field today for the Falcons, as he takes a pitch low and away for ball 1. Hoff, member of Maryville University baseball team. Here's the 0-1. 1-1 rather, missed upstairs to make it 2 balls and 1 strike on the count. The kick, now the deal. Swinging a tapper out of play, foul down the left field line. Evens up the count to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Hoff, one of 2 Maryville Saints in this lineup today, as Nick Hoffman is the second baseman today for the Falcons. Here's the 2-2. Swing and a pop-up on the infield. This one gets into shallow right field. Tate Wargo, the second baseman, into right center to make the catch for out number 1.
Normally on a ball hit the shallow right, if keyword if, the outfielder can get to it, it's his ball. But if the infielder has a beat on it, if he's tracking it, once you see him start to slow down and really get into position to make that catch, the right fielder, their only job there is to try to back him up in case he misses or it hits off his glove. So Wargo took charge there.
Brings in the shortstop, Jake McCutcheon. Here's the first offering to him. Fastball missed inside, ball 1. McCutcheon, a young guy in the high school ranks heading into his junior season next year. The pitch inside, ball 1. 2-0 count now to McCutcheon, who's getting some real good experience this summer here in the CarShield Collegiate League. 2-0 pitch. Swung on and lined down the left field line. Out of play, foul. We see McCutcheon, even in his first day here in the CarShield Collegiate League, notched his first couple of base hits. Had some good defensive work. 2-1 now the count to the left-handed McCutcheon. Here's the pitch from Palmier. Fastball missed upstairs, ball 3.
How about a 4-for-6 start? 3-hit ball game the other day. Hit in his first game, and he's showing out well.
Looking real good. Here's the 3-1. Inside, and he works a 1-out walk. So not only has McCutcheon showed us that he can compete with that college pitching, but he also has the patience and discipline.
And he's not a guy who's going to hit the ball out of the ballpark. He's not going to hit 8-10 home runs in 20-30 games. He's going to get his base hits, get on base, and use that speed to his advantage. Use what you have and do it well.
Here's another guy who's done that pretty well this summer, Nick Hoffman, the second baseman. First offering to him, he lays off of a fastball that's upstairs at the eyes. 1-0 the count. The pitch, a curveball in the inner third of the zone, missed. Hoffman stands at about 5'7", and if he was maybe a couple of inches taller, that would have been a strike for Palmier. Here's the 2-0. Fastball in there, strike 1. Hoffman with the average right below the 200 mark, but he's had some really good at-bats. He's been patient. A couple of walks to his credit. Swing and a miss on the 2-1 pitch that was low. Hoffman offered at it anyway. A runner aboard, 1 out in the bottom of the second. No score between the Gems and the Falcons. The pitch in there, strike 3 call, got Nick Hoffman looking. Third strikeout of the evening so far for Ryan Palmier. Brings in the left-handed John Kramer, who swings at the first pitch he sees, lines it into right field for a base hit. McCutcheon's thought about heading to third. The cutoff goes to the second baseman, Wargo, and McCutcheon turns that turn a little short and heads back to second base. So first base hit of the ball game has finally been given up to the new Falcon, John Kramer.
How about it? Not wasting any time. The first pitch he sees, he knows Palmier's going to fill up the zone. And how about these two high schoolers getting on base here this inning?
Brings in Brandon Ohm, the third baseman, St. Charles Community College Cougar. First pitch to him is tapped foul, out of play. We've seen Ohm with some good at-bats this year. We've seen him with some rough at-bats as well. But here in the last couple of games, he's done a good job of just doing his job. We've seen him sneak a couple balls through the infield in the last couple of days. 0-1 pitch on the way. Tap to the shortstop. Should be fielded cleanly on a hop. The throw to first to Wilkie in time for out number 3. So a couple of runners reach aboard. A base hit and a walk gets 2 Falcons on the base pass. But Palmier on the mound is able to shut the door here in the bottom of the second inning. We move to the top of the third. Still no score between the Falcons and the Gems here at CarShield Field in O'Fallon, Missouri. Shane's got the play-by-play for the middle innings next, right after this on CCL TV and the CarShield Collegiate League Radio Network.
To the top of the third we go. Kyle Franklin leads things off. Franklin, Wilkie, and Gentry. Ryan O'Connell, 6 up, 6 down for him to start this ball game. He's back out there for the third inning. He's worked through a couple of innings in just 26 pitches. He will do the Kyle Franklin leading off the third, the first pitch. Just a bit down and away, ball 1. I want to take this time to thank our proud sponsor, Interco Recycling. If you have any scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, give Interco a call, 1-877-258-3601, or head to itcscrap.com. That's 1-877-258-3601, or itcscrap.com. That pitch from O'Connell misses up and in, 2 balls and no strikes. Two of the fastest workers in this league, Ryan O'Connell and Mason Palmier, going at it. And there's a fly ball into shallow right center. The center fielder, Troy Bealsmith, camps underneath it for the first out. 7 up, 7 down for Ryan O'Connell. First fly out, or second fly out rather. He's gotten 2 flyouts, 3 ground outs, and a couple of strikeouts. And he gets the fly out off the bat of Kyle Franklin. And that brings in the first baseman, Nick Wilkie. Nobody on, 1 out. The first pitch to Wilkie is a ball. Wilkie, 3 hits on the summer so far, a single, a double, and a homer. As he looks at a called strike, couple runs driven in, 3 runs scored. And that pitch from O'Connell is chopped foul. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1 ball, 1 strike, rather. Ryan O'Connell, ERA in the mid-2s coming into play. 22 strikeouts, just 2 walks coming into play, and he's already got 3 here tonight. 8 up and 8 down. Ryan O'Connell mowing through this Gems lineup. That brings in the 9-hole hitter, Jacob Gentry. Gentry, the former St. Charles Capital, current Central Methodist Eagle. And he looks at a called strike on the outside corner at the knees. That 2-seam fastball from Ryan O'Connell. The 0-1. Outside, went with the slider. O'Connell gets that ball and steps right back on the mound, working from the first base side of the rubber. The 1-1. Swinging a line drive, hit up the middle. Troy Bealsmith coming on, a slide and a catch. 9 up, 9 down for Ryan O'Connell. Nice play out there in center field by Troy Bealsmith. He was playing shallow and read that ball all the way, came in, made a nice sliding catch for the final out. We're through 2.5 on CarShield Collegiate League TV. No score between the Gems and the Falcons. So after he makes a nice sliding catch to end the top of the third, Troy Bealsmith leads things off in the bottom of the third. Top of the order for the Falcons, Bealsmith, Staus, and Schmidt. Shane Holsey, Cam Thomas with you here on CarShield Collegiate League TV. A bit of an earlier start, right around 5 o'clock, just before 5 o'clock actually. There's a called strike. and a first pitch strike for Mason Palmier, 39 pitches. In the first 2 innings for him, 3 strikeouts, 1 walk, just 1 hit. The 0-1 to Beal Smith. Slider gets away from him, 1 ball, 1 strike. Beal Smith, the Evansville ace, getting a start in center field. 273 hitter coming into play, a home run, 4 runs driven in, and 16 runs scored. That's second on the ball club behind Ben Swords. 2 balls and 1 strike. Mason Palmier delivers, and that's roped up the middle and a base hit for Troy Beal Smith. Second hit of the evening for the Falcons, and they have a leadoff base runner here in the bottom half of the third.
Boy, was that a sweet swing right there from Beal Smith. Fastball he saw low in the zone, and he just ripped the bat head through the zone and got it right back up the box for a nice little base hit.
That's just how you teach it. Take it right back where it's pitched. He had a good hitter's count, got a good pitch to hit, and it did damage. So he's on to lead off the inning, and now a dangerous hitter in Wade Stouse. He swings at the first pitch and a big swing and a miss. Stouse, 6 homers, 23 runs driven in, tops in the league. And this is 25th ball game. Slugging percentage up over 700. The 0-1 at the knees for a called strike. Both these pitchers work fast, fill up the strike zone, work low in the strike zone. The 0-2 coming from Palmier. That's in the dirt, a bit too low, and Spar can't find it. It goes just about to the backstop, and Beal Smith advances to second base. So that erases the double play possibility, at least in this at-bat. 1 ball, 2 strikes, still nobody out. Leadoff base hit for Troy Beal Smith. He stands on second. The 1 ball, 2 strike pitch to Stouse. Check swing and a ball inside. Just missed on the breaking ball.
Boys, this is pretty cool. 2 SEMO teammates in Spar and Stouse get a chance to go head-to-head. You got to wonder what Spar is thinking behind the plate as far as, putting the numbers down for the pitches that Palmier is going to throw to Stouse.
See what Palmier turns to here. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The offering went with the breaking ball, almost the same exact pitch as he threw the pitch before, but this one yields a swing and a miss.
Yeah, that was just a really, really good pitch. Good location there from Palmier. He went inside to Stouse, and that just was a tough pitch to hit. Low in the zone, inside, off-speed pitch, and he just couldn't handle it.
If at first you don't succeed, try and try again. The first pitch to Austin Schmidt is a breaking ball that misses down for a ball. Schmidt struck out looking against Palmier back in the first inning. So give Palmier 4 strikeouts now. And just 1 walk. The 1-0 misses high, 2-0. Dangerous count here for Austin Schmidt. 6 homers, 19 runs driven in, 15 runs scored. 7 doubles in 74 at-bats. The 2-0, Beal Smith takes off for third. The throw from Spar is not in time. The throw spun Kyle Franklin around. He tried to slap the tag, but almost between his legs. Couldn't get the tag down in time. That stolen base brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA, the Y for healthy living, youth development, and social responsibility. 3 balls and no strikes to Austin Schmidt. Michael Long awaits on deck. Palmier now working from the windup, the 3-0. Upstairs, he walked him on 4 pitches. So now the double play is in order. Michael Long coming to the plate.
And now if you're Palmier, you're 1 ground ball away from getting out of this inning. And we haven't seen either one of these pitchers in Palmier or O'Connell get into much trouble with runners on the base pass, but we have seen them be able to end some at-bats and end some innings with authority. So we'll see what Palmier does here.
If he can get that ground ball, could get him out of the inning and strand the first run on third base. He fires in a strike just above the belt to Michael Long. Long struck out swing to end the first. Schmidt on first, Beal Smith at third. Beal Smith led off this inning with a base hit. Schmidt with a walk. Schmidt dancing off first. And the pitch, a check swing, and Long went around, strike 2. Michael Long, formerly of MICDS, currently a Central Missouri Mule, squaring off against the Missouri Baptist Spartan, Mason Palmier. The 0-2 from Palmier, outside. Cavemen and Hoots playing the nightcap. About 20 minutes after the conclusion of this one, starting this game a little early with some weather in the area. The 1-2 is fouled straight back to the screen. Long just barely caught up to that high fastball and fouled it straight back. It's been 9 up, 9 down for Ryan O'Connell. Mason Palmier running into a bit of trouble here in the third. The 1-2, swing and a drive to left. See you later off the bat of Michael Long. Break out the tape measure. 3-run homer, and it's 3-0 Falcons.
I don't know if we can measure that one, Shane, because that baby might be over in one of the yards of those houses past the trees in left field. My goodness, did Michael Long put a swing on that one. And if you look through that at bat, you go back a couple of pitches before. Remember that fastball he swung through that was up and in the zone? That's why Michael Long has a tough time laying off that fastball that's up in the zone, because when he sees it, he just sees red-eye flight all ready to go.
Oh, he's hit, I think that's 3, maybe 4 home runs he's hit on 2-strike curveballs this summer. He takes advantage of mistakes and makes Palmier pay to the tune of a 3-run homer, and Alex Hoff pops that one up on the infield. Tate Wargo drifting in a shallow right makes the catch, 2 away. That ball was gone off the bat. You're going to need one of the longest tape measures in the world to try to measure that homer. So for Long on the season, give him now 5 homers and 22 runs driven in, just behind his teammate Wade Stouse. And now Jake McCutcheon lines a base hit into left center. How about 5 hits in the first 7 at-bats for Jake McCutcheon?
Boy, I've loved just how aggressive this kid has been. And you know what he's doing that a lot of these college hitters in this league have not been doing, that we've talked about so much? Swinging at first pitch fastballs. You are going to get them. Palmier just gave up a 3-run shot. What do you think he's going to give to the young guy that's in the 8-hole?
A fastball. That's ripped out to short. Lane Barrymore tosses on to Wargo, so a 3-run tater by Michael Long puts the Falcons on top, 3-0. As we head to the top of the 4th, Ryan O'Connell has been masterful so far. Can he continue? We'll find out. 4th inning coming up here on CarShield Collegiate League TV, 3-0 Falcons. Kylan Cunningham leads things off here in the 4th for the Gems. A 3-run bomb by Michael Long. We're trying to find more adjectives, more words to describe some of these home runs he's hitting, but we've just about run out of adjectives. So now Kylan Cunningham steps in to lead off the fourth. It's been 9 up, 9 down for Ryan O'Connell. 3 strikeouts, 3 groundouts, and 3 flyouts. He's evenly distributed his outs. The 2-0, it misses down and in, 3-0. Just 36 pitches through 3 innings for O'Connell, now working with a 3-0 lead. And he fires in a ball, just missed. Looked pretty good. But it's a 4-pitch walk for Kylan Cunningham to lead off the 4th. So that breaks a string of 9 straight retired to start the ball game for O'Connell. And the Gems have their first base runner here with no outs in the 4th, and that brings in the second baseman, Wargo.
Yeah, Palmier had a rough bottom of the 3rd for the Gems, so you wonder if, that bad pitcher's luck goes over to the Falcons side. You hope not, for the Falcons' sake.
O'Connell checks on Cunningham over at first. Pretty good speed. Tate Wargo, in his first at-bat, struck out swinging. The first pitch to him on the outside corner, a 2-seam fastball snuck in the back door.
And with a guy who works so quickly like O'Connell, if you're Wargo, you want to take your time in your at-bats, take as much time as you need to step back in the box, all that type of good stuff.
The 0-1 from O'Connell is poked to the right side, and a double play, 3 unassisted. Nothing Kylan Cunningham could do. That ball was hit right at Austin Schmidt, a little looper, and he just catches it, steps on the bag, and an easy double play, as easy as they'll come.
That's one of those ones that, even for us up here in the booth chain, like as broadcasters, you put your head back and you're like, you've got to be kidding me. For a guy like Kylan Cunningham, who's just getting his lead off at first,
yeah.
He's doing what he's supposed to do, and then it's just bad luck.
C'est la vie, as the saying goes. The 0-1 pitch to Malzahn is swung on and missed. No balls and 2 strikes. Malzahn hit a comebacker back to O'Connell. He made a nice snag and tossed on to first. The 0-2. Swing and a line drive hit to second. Nick Hoffman makes a catch. So a couple of unlucky breaks in the inning for the Gems. And O'Connell has still faced the minimum through 4. We're through 3.5. Falcons on top 3-0 on CarShield Collegiate League TV. John Kramer leads things off here in the bottom of the 4th for the Falcons. Kramer, Ohm, and Beal Smith, 8, 9, and 1. Facing Mason Palmier, the lone blemish for him. The 3-run homer for Michael Long in the bottom of the 3rd. That's where we stand. 3-0 Falcons. 3 runs on 4 hits, no errors for the Falcons. No runs, no hits, no errors for the Gems. Second pitch to Kramer is a called strike, 0-2. Palmier, 60 pitches through the first 3 innings, just 45 for O'Connell. Working quickly, the 0-2 in the dirt. Kramer picked up a base hit in the first pitch he saw back in the 2nd. First pitch he saw in this league, getting his first action here today. Hitting 8th, the Ole Miss commit out of Lafayette. The 1-2 is in the dirt. One of a couple Lafayette High School products playing for the Falcons this evening, Ryan O'Connell. And Kramer headed to an SEC school. O'Connell already there at Alabama. John Kramer, class of 2021, left-handed swinger. He's a big guy, 6'1", about 220 pounds. The 2-2 is upstairs. The count runs full at 3-2. The Falcons, especially the second time through this order, have done a nice job working the count against Palmier. The 3-2. Breaking ball just a bit high and a leadoff walk. Last time the Falcons got a leadoff runner on base, that was Troy Bealsmith. He ended up scoring on the home run by Michael Long. And now Kramer on base to lead off the fourth. The first pitch to Brandon Olm on the outside corner for a called strike. Olm grounded out to short to Lane Barrymore back in the second. That ended the inning. Sparrow thought about a snap throw down to first on that pitch outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Leadoff hitter Troy Bealsmith on deck. He's 1 for 2. The 1-1, double play ball out to short. 6, 4, and 3.
Can't draw it up any better than that.
That's as tailor-made as they come. Lane Barrymore to Tate Wargo, over to Nick Wilkie. And an easy double play, and Palmier races the leadoff walk.
I mean, especially like Palmier, and I guess O'Connell to an extent too today. Both of them, and no matter what type of trouble they get in or you know, they get runners on the base pass or whatever the case may be, they find a way to bounce back. And after the big inning from the Falcons at the plate last inning, Palmier's done a good job of coming back and battling here in the fourth.
That's what you have to do when you get runners on base. Your job is just to not let the inning snowball on you. Just make a good pitch. We talk about it. It's so cliche, but it's so true. One pitch at a time. You have to focus on the next pitch. You can't worry about what happened the at-bat before, the inning before, the game before, nothing. You just got to worry about what you're going to do on that next pitch. The 2-0 to Troy Bealsmith. That's it in the center field. Kylan Cunningham ranging over towards right center, and he makes the catch. So leadoff walk, then a double play, and then a fly out off the bat of Troy Bealsmith through 4 lightning quick innings. 3-0 Falcons. Ryan O'Connell heads back out to the hill for the Falcons in the top of the 5th. We'll be right back. Ryan O'Connell has faced the minimum through 4. Trey Steffler, Braden Spar, and Lane Barrymore, 4, 5, 6 for the Gems here in the 5th. And the first pitch is chopped foul for strike 1. O'Connell through 4 innings, 45 pitches, 28 strikes, 17 balls. 3 strikeouts, just 1 walk. The 0-1 to Steffler. A looper down the third base line, and that'll head out of play and foul. Steffler led off the second inning and struck out swinging. 1 of 3 strikeouts for O'Connell. No balls, 2 strikes, and the Alabama right-hander delivers. It hit him. Second base runner for the Gems, and O'Connell saying Steffler didn't make an attempt to get out of the way. Nonetheless, a hit by pitch to lead off the 5th. And now Braden Spar. Steffler's on base for the first time. Only other base runner of the game for the Gems was the leadoff walk to Kylan Cunningham in the 4th, and he was erased on a double play. An unlucky double play at that. The first pitch to Braden Spar is blocked by his SEMO teammate, Wade Stouse. So Trey Steffler was hit by an 0-2 pitch. He stands on first base. The right-hander O'Connell working from the stretch for just the second time. There's a called strike, a 2-seam fastball. And he likes to backdoor that 2-seamer. The right-handed hitters just start that thing right on the left-handed batter's box and let it work its way back. One of those could induce a double play here. The 1-1 went with the breaking ball, and it missed in the dirt once more. Some throwing down there in the Gems bullpen. Looks like Alex Williams getting loose down there. 2-1 the count to Braden Spar. The pitch. Sprayed foul out of play and into the parking lot. 2-2. Braden Spar flew out to John Kramer in left field his first time up. It was 9 up, 9 down to begin the ball game for O'Connell, and that's hit right back to him. 1-6-3, second double play turned by the Falcons, 2 away in the 5th.
Yeah, you spoke about it right before he came up to the plate in Bearmore about how Scheffler was the second base runner of the day. Well, first base runner came on a walk last inning, and what happens? O'Connell finds a way out of it. No matter when the threat comes, O'Connell's found a way to work through it.
And Lane Bearmore skies that one in the shallow center. Nick Hoffman is out to make the catch, and Ryan O'Connell has faced the minimum through 5 dominant innings so far tonight. He looks locked in. The Falcons lead it 3-0 as we head to the bottom of the 5th rather. To the bottom of the fifth we go. Wade Stouse, Austin Schmidt, Michael Long. How about that 2-3-4 to face? Facing a 3-0 deficit, Mason Palmier back out there for his fifth inning. And that pitch misses inside to Stouse for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Stouse has struck out swinging and been hit by a pitch. 0 for 1. He swings at that pitch. He's way out in front of it. Palmier pulled the string on him. 74 pitches through 4 innings for Palmier. Just 54 for Ryan O'Connell as he's faced the minimum. The 1-1 to Stouse is upstairs. 2 balls, 1 strike. O'Connell has surrendered a couple of base runners, but both times the very next hitter has hit into a double play. 2-1 the count to Stouse. The offering. Up and away. Dangerous count here. Briskly played ball game so far. We're into the bottom of the fifth. We started right around 5 o'clock, approaching 6 o'clock now. That pitch is in the dirt. Stouse works a leadoff walk. 4 walks now for Palmier, uncharacteristically.
Yeah, you got to think that, especially with Michael Long being the third guy due up this inning, that the leash is going to be very short for Palmier in this inning with action already working in the Gems bullpen. He's done a pretty good job through 4 innings so far today for the Gems, but you do have to look at that third inning and say, well, gave off a leadoff single to Troy Balesmith, struck out Stouse, then he goes and walks Austin Schmidt, and then Michael Long hits that big fly over the left field wall. It's hard to keep him in this ball game when Michael Long is going to see him in the fifth for the third time around.
You go back, that brings up a similar point to remember. It was around the time we were born, so we don't really remember it except for seeing highlights when Fernando Tatis hit 2 grand slams in 1 inning. And I think the craziest thing about that is they were off the same pitcher.
Right.
How do you leave a guy in when he's already given up a grand slam in that inning to that same guy and he comes up again? I mean, what are you doing?
Yeah, I mean it's just tough, and you know a lot of guys will do it. A lot of coaches will take the chance, but more times than not nowadays, coaches will not let a pitcher face a guy twice.
Yeah, it's a different time that we're in now. That pitch misses inside to Schmidt. In days gone by, you'd let a pitcher go as long as he can. Now, with so many electric bullpen arms, especially at the big league level, and guys on pitch count limits, you rarely see a guy go 3 times through the order. There's a base hit for Schmidt into left field. 5 hits in the ball game for the Falcons, and here comes Michael Long with a couple runners on base once again. Justin Paulson will let him face Long and try to get some redemption here.
And I think one of the reasons why he's going to let him throw here is because that last base hit from Schmidt was kind of like an in-betweener. It was a pitch that was in on the hands, and he just got a piece of it. It wasn't very hard contact.
So Justin Paulson trusting in his starter here, and he gets a swing and a miss from Michael Long. And if you remember, Long was in a 2-strike count, fouled off a couple of pitches, and just got a mistake and made him pay. That's at least the 3rd, maybe 4th home run he's hit on a 2-strike breaking ball. He takes advantage of mistakes. It doesn't matter what count. He'll make you pay. No balls and 1 strike. The offering from Palmier is upstairs. He's starting to miss higher and higher as this game goes on.
And that's not a good thing against a guy like Michael Long because he gets a pitch up at the letters at the fastball. Oh, forget about it.
Those houses better watch out. We're still not sure where that ball exactly landed, his first home run. There's a screen that protects a neighborhood. Oh, probably our best guess about 80 or 90 feet beyond that left field wall. And our best guess is it was at or near that screen by the time the ball came down. That's every bit of 340, 350 to the wall where he hit that baseball. So our best guess, well over 400 feet. 2 balls and 1 strike. I would say dangerous count to Long, but most of his home runs have come in 2-strike counts, so we'll see. The 2-1. Inside, just missed off the plate. Palmier had 4 walks all season in 21 innings coming into play. He's already got 4 tonight, and he has not recorded it out here in the 5th. 3-1. Alex Hoff awaits on deck. The pitch upstairs, and the bases are loaded. And now Justin Paulson will go to his bullpen. You hate to take a guy out on a bad note. Mason Palmier pleading his case, but He's going to have to come out of this ball game. Bases loaded, nobody out. We'll tell you about the new Jim's hurler when we come back. 3-0 Falcons. They're threatening here in the fifth with the bases loaded. New arm for the Gems here with the bases loaded, nobody out. It's the right-hander out of Harris Stowe, Alex Williams. He'll face another Alex Hoff with the bases loaded and nobody out. A couple of walks and a base hit have loaded the bases. That Mason Palmier gives way to Alex Williams. Palmier responsible for all three runners out there. That pitch is popped foul and out of play. Alex Williams, 11 1/3 innings so far this summer, 7 strikeouts, 5 walks, an ERA in the mid-5s at 5.55. 2 wins, 1 loss. 9 earned runs in those 11 1/3. Stouse at third, Schmidt at second, Long at first. The 0-1 to Alex Hoff. Swinging a ground ball to third. Franklin from a knee. He'll go to second for one. On to first, not in time. A run scores on the fielder's choice. Alex Hoff reaches base. Wade Stouse scores to make it 4-0. Franklin maybe had a shot at Stouse at home, but he decided to go the short way over to second and get at least one and keep the double play in order. A run does score. So an RBI for Alex Hoff makes it 4-0. For Hoff, give him now 10 runs batted in on the summer. Now Jake McCutcheon, who's 5 for his first 7 in the CarShield Collegiate League. He's already reached base a couple of times tonight. So Alex Hoff on first now. Long is retired. Austin Schmidt moves up to third. Wade Stouse scores, and it's 4-0, providing a little more cushion for Ryan O'Connell, as if he needed any more. That pitch is inside. 1 ball, 1 strike to the youngster Jake McCutcheon. From Francis Howell, will be a junior there once school starts back up this fall. 1 ball, 1 strike, and a check on Hoff. At first, he was leaning, but he's back in safely. So Hoff now 0 for 3 with that RBI. McCutcheon 1 for 1 with a walk and a base hit. 5 hits on the evening for the Falcons. The pitch from Williams. In there for a strike. Snap throw down to first. And Hoff dives back in safely. Williams has a high leg kick. And Hoff runs well at first base. Wouldn't be surprised to see him off at some point. 1 ball, 2 strikes to McCutcheon. Left-handed swinger, right-handed fielder. Long look by Williams, the 1-2. Swing and a miss. He gets McCutcheon. He's now 1 for 2. First strikeout for Williams out of the pen.
Well, you can't be successful every time you come to the plate if you're Jake McCutcheon. So, hey, sorry, buddy, but, you're still 5 for 8. You're still doing a real good job in this league. And, what a job by, this pitcher coming in and throwing strikes and just being around the zone.
He's gotten a ground ball and now a strikeout. Now looking to get Nick Hoffman. That pitch is in the dirt, blocked by Spar. And for McCutcheon, he's got plenty of baseball in his future. Still just going to be a junior in high school, so he's got plenty of more chances. Might get another chance in this ball game depending on how well the Falcons swing the bats. The 1-0 to Hoffman is up and in for a ball. And I think they're going to call a balk on Alex Williams. So a run's going to score. Schmidt comes across to make it 5-0. We couldn't really hear. We heard something. We couldn't quite make it out what it was. Turns out to be a balk. So count stays at 1-1, and Schmidt comes across to score. Only the second, maybe third time we've seen a balk called this summer. That one's called on Williams. All these runs charged to Mason Palmier. Williams is responsible for Hoff out at second. The 1-0 is sprayed foul down the right field line. So now Mason Palmier's line is final. 4 innings, 86 pitches, 4+ innings, 5 hits, 5 runs, 4 strikeouts, 5 walks. One ball, 1 strike, the count to Nick Hoffman, who's 0 for 2 on the evening so far. The 1-1, swinging another foul ball. Hoffman had a pitch up in the zone, a good one to swing at, and he just missed it. Trying to extend the inning to John Kramer. Falcons trying to provide a little more cushion for Ryan O'Connell. They've already scored a couple in this inning. It's a 5-0 lead for the Falcons, looking for more. The 1-2 is upstairs from Williams. Williams very methodical in the way he goes about things out on the mound. Far cry from O'Connell and Palmier, who work extraordinarily fast. Williams takes his time, a big leg kick. The 2-2, there goes Hoff for third. The swing is hit into center field. Cunningham comes on and makes the catch chest high for out number 3. So a couple runs in the inning. One scoring on a ground ball, one on a balk. And we head to the top of the 6th. Campbell have the last couple innings for you. Ryan O'Connell has pitched a masterpiece so far. Trying to continue on that masterpiece. We head to the 6th, 5-0 Falcons.
7-8-9 due up in the Gems order here in the top of the 6th inning. It's Kyle Franklin, Nick Wilkie, and Jacob Gentry due up. Ryan O'Connell working through his 6th inning of work, and he has looked pretty darn good against this Gems lineup. First pitch, foul back to the screen by Franklin for strike one. It's a 4-0 lead for the Falcons over the Gems. Here's the 0-1. Swung on and missed at a curveball in the dirt. Strike two. Just 2 runners have reached the board in this Gems lineup today. 0-2 count on the way. The pitch is lined into center field. Past the outstretched glove of the shortstop. A base hit into center. And the no-hitter has been nixed from the book for Ryan O'Connell. Took it into the 6th.
Yeah, hey, he's had the 2 longest no-hit bids in this league so far. Took one into the 5th a couple of starts ago, and the last time it was broken up on infield single. That one just a little bleeder, but you like to see it be a legit base hit to break it up.
Brings in Nick Wilkie, who takes a first pitch fastball in the inner third, strike one. Wilkie today is 0 for 1, struck out back in the third. Here's the pitch. Curveball stuck behind the plate by Stouts, but it missed outside for ball one. 1 ball, 1 strike on the count. Kyle Franklin aboard as O'Connell checks him back at first base, but he's there safely. So Kyle Franklin has now notched the first hit of the day for the Gems lineup. Third base runner. Grabs his lead. Here's the 1-1 to Wilkie. Curveball is sawed off over the Falcons' dugout out of play down the right field line. Falcons got on the board first with 3 runs in the third, added an extra insurance run back in the 5th. That brings our score to 5-0. Swing and a miss on a fastball outside corner from O'Connell that Wilkie couldn't catch up to for strikeout number 1 for out number 1 at the top of the 6th.
O'Connell slowed him down with the breaking ball and then just blew that fastball right by him. Wilkie is a mile behind it.
Brings in the right-handed hitting Jacob Gentry. Takes first pitch fastball in the outer third of the zone for strike 1. O'Connell looking really, really good through these into the 6th inning here as the 0-1 pitch is on the way. Tap to the left side to Ohm. He's going to have a play at first. A strong throw over across, but he's safe as Gentry as he was speeding down that first base line. So another infield hit to follow up the hit that Kyle Franklin already has to make it 2 hits on the day and 2 hits in this inning.
It looked like the umpire called it that Schmidt was off the bag, but I think Gentry beat the throw anyway. So Ohm decided to play the long hop instead of coming to get the short hop. So Gentry runs very well down the first base line. So no-no's gone. Now you got to work on the keeping that shutout intact.
Kylan Cunningham digs in left side. First pitch strike from O'Connell on the outer third. Runner on first, runner on second. Here's the pitch. Fouled over the screen, out of play. Cunningham today reached on a walk. Was thrown out at second while he was on the bags there on a fielder's choice. Grounded out back in the first. Gems trying to get on the board here on the top of the 6th as they trail 5-0. 2 runners aboard. The pitch to Cunningham's tapped up the middle to short. He'll take it to second for 1, on to first, not in time, as Kylan Cunningham has got just as much speed as Gentry does, who just got tagged out at second. So Cunningham's on with a fielder's choice. And I think that probably wasn't the best decision there by McCutcheon to try to take it himself. He should have just flipped it to Hoffman and then on to first.
Or coming and gotten the short hop again. He tried to play that long hop, and once he did that, there was almost no shot at getting Cunningham.
So that'll bring in Tate Wargo. First pitch to him, curveball in the inner part of the zone for strike 1. Wargo today's 0 for 2. Struck out in the first and grounded out to the first baseman back in the 4th. 0-1 count on the way. Fastball's tapped to second baseman Hoffman. He's got a beat on it. Flips it over to the shortstop who's covering second base for out number 3. So a couple of runners reach aboard, a couple of singles for the Gems. But Ryan O'Connell leaves the bases stranded. Leaves the base runner stranded, rather, on the bases as we move to the bottom of the 6th inning. It's a 5-0 lead for the Falcons over the Gems. We're back in a moment on CCL TV and the CarShield Collegiate League Radio Network. Eight, 9-1 due up in the Falcons' order in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Alex Williams into his 2nd inning of work. Struck out 1 back in that 6th inning and gave up a couple of hits back in the 5th. Falcons scored 2 in that bottom half of the inning to make their lead 5-0. Brings in John Kramer, the left fielder, who has now worked the count to 3 balls and no strikes. Kramer today 1 for 2, singled and walked. On its way, 3-0. Tap down the right field line, out of play. As the count gets corrected here, 2 balls and 1 strike now. Two balls, 1 strike, the count now to the left-handed Kramer as he steps off the hill. As we take a look around the stands here at CarShield Field, plenty of fans in attendance, about 150 fans here. And look who it is, the head coach of the St. Charles Community College Cougars, Jeff Bolin, here at the ballpark. The 2-1 fouled off, back towards the screen, out of play. So, of course, plenty of Bolin's St. Charles Community College Cougars in the lineup today. Kylan Cunningham, of course, playing center field today for the Gems. He's a part of that St. Charles Community College program. Brandon Ohm, who's awaits on deck, he's a St. Charles Community College Cougar as well. 2-2 pitch on the way to Kramer. Popped up, left side of the infield. Kyle Franklin, third baseman, giving chase. Makes the catch on the run before he gets to that brick wall down the left field line for out number 1 here in the bottom of the 6th.
I might have taken a souvenir away from a young fan down the third base line, but nice play over there by Franklin. Have a nice presence of mind. Knowing where he was on the field, knowing how much room he had. His teammates communicating to him. That's part of that play, letting him know how close he is to the wall. Nice play.
Brandon Ohm digs in from the right side. 1-0 count to him. Here's the pitch. Tapper right back up the middle. Bearmore's got a beat on it. He'll catch it on the run. The throw to Wilkie in time for out number 2.
Lane Barrymore is smooth as silk out there at short. sometimes a little too smooth. Sometimes he takes a little too much time. Where's that number 2 in honor of Derek Jeter? His Twitter account, Jeter Jr. 21, I believe it is, or something to that effect. So he looks up to Derek Jeter. Where's the number 2? And plays a good shortstop.
Roll it back to the top of the order for the Falcons. Troy Balesmith due up here in the bottom of the 6th with 2 outs. First pitch swinging is Balesmith. Deep drive out to left field. Gentry's back at the track and makes the catch on the run right before he gets to the wall for out number 3. Balesmith put a charge into that one, but not enough to sneak it over the wall in there and left. So no runs, no hits, no errors for the Falcons here in the bottom of the 6th inning. We move to the 7th and final inning here at CarShield Field. Falcons trying to finish the ball game off here in the top of the 7th. We're back in a moment on CarShield Collegiate League Baseball and the CarShield Collegiate League Radio Network. Seventh and final inning has come upon us here at CarShield Field in O'Fallon, Missouri, and the last chance for the Gems is here in the top of the 7th inning. It's Ryan Malzahn, Trayton Steffler, and Braden Spar due up this inning for the Gems, who will face off against Grayson Sen, takes over for Ryan McConnell. First pitch on the way to Malzahn, up and away, ball 1. Final line for O'Connell, 6 innings pitched for him. 68 pitches, just gave up 2 hits, 4 strikeouts, and a walk. 1-0 pitch is fouled back towards the screen, out of play. Evens up the count at 1 ball, 1 strike. Grayson Sen seeing his 7th appearance on the season, a 2-0 record for him. 11 innings pitched. He's given up 7 runs, 6 of them earned, 10 walks, and 11 strikeouts. 1-1 pitch in there, outer part of the zone for strike number 2. 1 ball, 2 strike count. Now to Ryan Malzahn. Trying to search for his first hit of the day. The pitch swung on and missed. Off-speed pitch that Ryan Malzahn wasn't ready for. He was sitting fastball right there with a 2-strike count. And the first out of the top of the 7th is recorded. Strikeout for Grayson Sen.
And Sen cut off the long locks a few weeks ago, and since then he's pitched pretty darn well. 3 straight outings without giving up an earned run. How about 6 straight innings? He's given up 1 run that time, but it was unearned. He's done pretty well, maybe a little more aerodynamic since cutting off that hair.
Trayton Steffler swings at the first pitch he sees, fouls it out of play towards the 10th down the left field line. Foul. Steffler today 0 for 1 and was hit by a pitch back in the 5th. Braden Spar waits on deck. Steffler and Spar, the last two chances here for the Gems in the top of the 7th as they trail 5-0. Here's the pitch. Swinging a line drive through the 6th hole, base hit. Welcome to the CarShield Collegiate League. Trayton Steffler, you've got your first base hit, brother.
Nice piece of hitting there. Not trying to do too much. When you're down 5 in the last inning, just need to string a few of those together. Just base hit, work yourself a walk. Get on any way you can. Just keep the line moving.
We always talk about in these late inning scenarios, just keep turning the carousel. Just keep turning the carousel. 1 on, 1 out. Last chance for the Gems. First pitch to Braden Spar inside, ball 1. One-0 pitch on its way. Swinging a tapper to the shortstop. Could be 2. On to second for 1. Hoffman with the throw to first. Safe, says the field umpire. And everybody was ready to hop off the field, but it's just 1 out over there at second base to put 2 on the board in the top of the 7th.
I think this ball game should be over.
I think so, too. I'm right there with you. I thought Hoffman had him by at least a step. And what a heck of a turn over there by McCutcheon. It was a normal, routine ground ball, double play ball. Threw it right over to Hoffman, and I thought Hoffman had the time. It's not like Spar is a speedy runner.
And Schmidt, the ball came out of his glove, but he was getting the ball out of his glove. He caught it cleanly and lost it on the transfer. So
first pitch strike delivered to Lane Baremore, the shortstop, who stands in as the last chance for the Gems as they trail 5-0. Pitch on the way from Sin is tapped to McCutcheon. On a hop, he tried to field it, slid into the 6th hole, and that's a base hit that goes off his knee into left center. That ball was absolutely smoked at McCutcheon.
That ball was drilled. That's a base hit all day long. That was going to take one heck of a play for McCutcheon to get an out on that play. Kind of an in-betweener. Didn't really know whether to dive or try to field that standing. He went into the slide. That's a tough play. Tough play, and a base hit all day long.
So now the Gems may have something brewing here in the top of the 7th. This is the typical late inning CarShield Collegiate League magic that we always see. Kyle Franklin digs in from the right side. He's 1 for 2 today. Swing and a miss on an off-speed pitch low in the dirt. Strike 1. Ball game started at 4:59 p.m. Central Time, so just an hour and 31 minutes have eclipsed in this ball game. It's been a pretty fast-paced moving game through 6 innings. 2 outs on the board. 0-1 the count to Franklin. The pitch, low and away, ball 1. A runner at first and a runner at second. A 5-0 lead for the Falcons over the Gems. Kyle Franklin trying to keep the Gems' hopes alive. Here's the 1-1 from Sin. Fastball up and away, ball 2.
You can get a couple guys on, get a call go your way. Never know what can happen.
Infield playing big with 2 outs. 2 balls, 1 strike to Kyle Franklin. The pitch, swing and a line drive to the shortstop. He fields it on a hop. Over to second to Hoffman, and that's the ball game. So the Falcons escape with a 5-0 victory over the Gems. They hang on to that second place spot in the CarShield Collegiate League standings. We'll see how it all shapes out at the end of the night tonight. But right now, the Falcons pick up a win, 5-0. Pretty good ball game here. Very fast-paced, moving game. Your final thoughts, Shane?
And you summed it up. Fast-paced. These pitchers working quick, throwing a lot of strikes. Palmier ran into some trouble, gave up that 3-run homer. He wasn't his typical self, but props to Ryan O'Connell pitching a whale of a ball game. We anticipated a quick ball game, and we were not disappointed. Boy, what a treat it is anytime Ryan O'Connell gets out there on the mound. He's a broadcaster's dream. Works quick, throws a lot of strikes, and whale of a ball game for him and just enough offense. If you don't give up any runs, you don't need a whole lot of offense.
Gems fall to 10-15 on the season, while the Falcons improve to 14-11. Game number 3 of the day coming up after this It'll be the Cavemen and the hometown Hoots going toe-to-toe in game number 3 of our triple-header action here at CarShield Field. In between ball games, stay with us. We'll get a chance to hear from St. Charles Community College head coach Jeff Bolin in between innings. We're back in a moment. It's CarShield Collegiate League Baseball on the CarShield Collegiate League Radio Network and CCL TV. Welcome back to CarShield Field here in O'Fallon, Missouri. We get set for game number 3 of our Chippewa header action between the Cavemen and the hometown Hoots. But before we get to game number 3, we have been joined by the head coach of the St. Charles Community College Cougars, all decked in his St. Charles Community College Cougar gear, Jeff Bolin. Thanks so much for joining us in the booth today, Jeff.
I appreciate you guys having me.
Of course, and of course with the St. Charles Community College Cougars being down the road from the O'Fallon Hoots Stadium, a lot of good baseball that we get a chance to see on this side of the river. We wanted to bring Jeff up here because there's so many guys that are part of that St. Charles Community College team that have either been a part of that team or are going back to school there this fall. A couple of guys that come to mind that have just played in a ball game earlier today: Drew Mize, Carter Mize, who is at Missouri Baptist University, Kylan Cunningham, just to name a few. You've got guys sprinkled all over this league. What has been the vibe, the feel from the guys that you've got a chance to talk to about what they've been able to do as far as just getting work in right now in the middle of COVID and everything that's going on?
Yeah, no, it's been awesome for these guys. You know, they obviously, everybody from all levels, whether it's junior college, NAIA, Division I, Division II, they all lost a ton of at-bats, a ton of innings. So it's just been great, especially to be out here at CarShield, and this facility has been awesome. So, you know, they don't get a lot of rainouts. You know, a lot of availability out here, and just a great place to watch a game. So they've enjoyed it from what I've heard. And, you know, I've had guys on a bunch of ends of the spectrums having good summers, bad summers, but at the end of the day, as long as they're playing baseball, it's been a good summer.
Now, we know you're out here to support your guys and just, you know, to be here as a support system, get a chance to connect with them over the summer and things like that. But from an evaluation standpoint, what do you try to take out of what you see from some of your guys here, whether they're doing well, whether they're struggling? How do you take that into the fall and try to tweak some things or see where they're at when they come back to campus?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in the summer, especially when I'm not working with them every day and I don't see them every day, I'm definitely not too hard on them. I want them to just get the experience. That's the most important thing. You know, I like to come out here and, you know, watching Kylan in that first game just to see how he was processing it at bat. I'm actually going against Ryan O'Connell, who I coached at Wabash Valley. I mean, you know, had a couple good at-bats against them, and, I mean, just to see how they process an at-bat. They're not just going up there swinging to swing, because sometimes in summer ball that can get to you. The guys get over it, especially now, what they call the dog days of the summer. Can be a little overbearing. So just to watch how they're processing the bat and staying locked in every day.
As far as what's next for you guys, I know you're probably welcoming some guys back to campus here this fall as you guys get set to ramp up the 2020-2021 season. What does that look like for St. Charles and how you guys are going to try to handle this and getting guys back to campus and all that good stuff?
For sure. You know, the most important thing is just keeping everybody safe. That's for us as coaching staff is, you know, we get guys from obviously the St. Charles and St. Louis area, but we also get guys from anywhere from Chicago to Indianapolis, all over the country, you know. So it's getting them here and kind of forming our own little Skoogs bubble is what we're going to call it. Okay. And, you know, getting them here. And there's obviously a lot of limitations. You know, we have the masks and, you know, we have to get screened every day and so on. Not going to be that big of a deal. I've been dealing with it for the last couple of weeks here. It's been super simple. So, but just getting guys back on campus. And, you know, at the end of the day, it's about, for the fall for us, it's, you know, it doesn't really matter about the wins and losses. It's about getting guys their reps and getting guys bigger, stronger, faster, and getting them better.
Well, we've got a ball game to get to here as the Cavemen and the Hoots get set to go. Thanks so much, Coach Bolin, for joining us up in the booth, and good luck to you guys this fall.
I appreciate it, big guy.
All right,
thanks for having me.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Shane's got the play-by-play next. It's the Cavemen and the Hoots going toe-to-toe. We'll resume a previous ball game, and Shane will tell you about it.
We are in the bottom of the 7th. Tyler Bastunas at the plate. Ty Stouse on second base. 2 away facing Preston Burnett. This is a continuation of the ball game on August 2nd that was delayed due to lightning. So Preston Burnett in a 1-0 count facing Tyler Bastunas with Ty Stouse on second base. The 1-0 is upstairs. Ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. As soon as this ball game's over, we have been told we're not playing extra innings, so this will be the final inning of this ball game. As soon as this ball game's over, we'll go right in to the Cavemen and Hoots, the nightcap of the 3 games today. That'll be a full 7-inning ball game. This game 3-3 in the 7th. The 2-0, swing and a miss by Bastunas. The winning run out at second base. Chase Krogman awaits on deck if Bastunas reaches without driving in a run. Preston Burnett working from the stretch, working from the middle of the rubber. Ty Staus gets his lead off second. 2-1 coming to Bastunas. It's on its way. Breaking ball in there for a called strike. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Bastunas. Again, as soon as this ball game's over, we'll go right into game 3. Game 2 of a doubleheader. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Bastunas. The pitch from Preston Burnett. Swing and a miss. And that'll do it for that ball game. It ends in a 3-3 tie. Bastunas goes down swinging against Burnett. And we will head into the next ball game. The Hoots are the away team in that ball game. So we'll get that started momentarily. So the Hoots are the visiting team in game number 2, but they are taking the field. We'll get things straightened away for you. We'll stick with you, see what's going on here. As the Hoots are listed as the away team, but they are taking the field. So we might be what's going on here. What I think is going, they are playing 1 extra inning. So we will be back and play the top of the 8th here on CarShield Collegiate League TV. We'll be right back. Okay, so we were told that we were just playing that 1 inning, then we'd be done, but apparently we aren't. So we're going to play 1 more extra inning. We head to the top of the 8th. Tyler Headcamp leads things off facing Brady Walker. The first pitch from Walker is hit into center field. Chase Krogman coming on, and he makes the catch for the first out.
And I kind of liked how the last inning started, right? Even though we resumed from a previous inning, like it would be cool if we adopted the Major League rule that's happening right now. And
Runner on
after
second.
7 innings, you put a runner on second. It's been making everything fun, man. Like,
Yeah, a lot of walk-offs.
You got a 2-1 game that ends up turning into like a 8-7 game, whatever it may be.
Makes for some entertaining extra inning baseball, that's for sure. It definitely speeds up the game. You don't have any 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 inning games. This league, we just play 1 extra inning no matter what the result. So Danny Sperling rips that one into right field. That gets down for a base hit. Kevin Graham cuts it off before it gets to the wall and fires back in. So a base hit for Danny Sperling. Again, we were told, we apologize for the confusion. We were told about 5 or 10 minutes prior to this game restarting that we were just playing that 1 inning and then we'd be done. But I guess the teams changed their mind at the last second. It is 2020, so got to learn to adapt to some changes. Runner on first is Danny Sperling. Now Seth Halverson almost gets hit with that pitch from the left arm of Brady Walker. So they're trying to get a winner. They'll play this one inning, and if we're still tied, we'll call a draw. The 1-0 to Halverson. Outside corner for a called strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Halverson in this ball game that's now 9 days old is 1 for 2. The 1-1 is fouled out of play. He hit a home run when this game was originally scheduled on August 2nd. Here on August 11th, we're concluding it. So about 9 days in between pitches in this ball game. That's fouled off once again. Count stays at 1-2.
My big question is what happens when you come up to a spot in the order for a guy that may not be here or a guy that was in the lineup at a certain time and isn't. For example, the Hoots don't have Dominic Cusimano today and won't have him for the rest of the season, but he was in the lineup when this game originally started.
There's a called third strike. Ring up Seth Halverson. Good pitch there by Brady Walker for the second out. Kevin Graham is playing Cusimano's spot in right field. And also, Nick Neville not in the lineup either. Matt Staker is playing shortstop.
That's a big bat that's not in the Hoots order. Neville usually mans down that 3 spot. He's had a real sweet swing from the left side. Can scoop it over there at short, too.
So he's not in the lineup this evening. So Matt Staker playing shortstop. That's popped up in the shallow center. And Matt Staker puts that one away. So we're through 7.5, I guess. Technically 7.5 in this continued ball game. We head to the bottom of the 8th. Can the Hoots walk it off? We'll find out right after this on CarShield Collegiate League TV. One more half inning to go. To the bottom of the 8th we go in this continued ball game. Final chance for the Hoots. Best the Cavemen can hope for is a tie. Hoots going for the W here in the bottom of the 8th. Chase Krogman leads things off. Matt Staker to follow. And that's fouled straight back by Krogman for strike 1. Krogman in this ballgame 1 for 3. No balls and 1 strike. Preston Burnett still out there for the Cavemen, the starter in game 2. Connor McKenna getting loose down there for the Cavemen. Likewise, Jackson Keller for the Hoots. As soon as this ball game's over, we'll go right into the nightcap. 1 ball, 1 strike, trying to get a winner. It's going to have to be a Hoots walk-off, or we'll call it a tie. Each of these teams has tied twice this summer already. The 1-1. Breaking ball up and away, ball 2. Burnett has worked a scoreless inning, 3 strikeouts. Connor McKenna was actually the starter in this ball game as well originally. Went 6 innings, just a couple earned runs, 8 strikeouts. He's going to start the nightcap. Krogman pops that one foul and out of play. Missed a good pitch to hit right there. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Final chance for the Hoots in this continued ball game from August 2nd. If you're just now joining us and wondering why it's the bottom of the 8th, that's why. It is not a typo. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Chase Krogman. Matt Staker on deck. The pitch. Missed somewhere. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Krogman represents the winning run. Outfield pretty much straight away. The 3-2 to Krogman. Swinging a line drive hitting to right center. And that is caught in right field by Zach Floyd. Krogman came up about 10 feet short from a walk-off homer.
Yeah, and if anybody in this Hoots lineup can do it, it's definitely him. He's got a big bat at the top of this order. We've seen him fly around in the center field. Seen him with some good base hits, but that one just didn't have enough to get it out.
Struck it well, but it's an out number 1 here in the bottom of the 8th. Now Matt Staker, Kevin Graham awaits on deck. The first pitch to Staker, right down Main Street.
Most of these guys have been pretty aggressive here. I mean, it's a what are you going to lose type of situation. Yeah. So just go up there, look for a pitch, and be ready to drive. That's really what it boils down to here.
If you're the Hoots, you literally cannot lose this ball game. Nothing to lose, everything to win, quite literally. 1 ball, 1 strike. Cavemen hoping to keep this ball game tied. Hoots trying to win it. 1 ball, 1 strike to Matt Staker. Preston Burnett has worked an inning and a third scoreless. The 1-1 to Staker. Jam shot foul. It was a quick 5:30 game. Actually started about 5 o'clock. Took just over an hour and 30 minutes. Ryan O'Connell pitched a gem of a ball game, no pun intended. 68 pitches, 6 innings, just a couple of hits. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Matt Staker. A foul ball hit down the third base side and foul.
Boy, he went down and got that one, huh?
Nice little 7-iron.
Was able to get the barrel on it. And, of course, that pitch was way foul, but it kind of had some distance on it, put some good wood on it. Staker might be able to run into one.
He straightens it out. Could end this ball game. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Long look by Burnett, and he'll step off. Time call. So Staker getting his first at bat in this ball game. Evan Martin not in attendance this evening. The pitch, check swing. That ball is in the dirt, and Staker went around for strike 3. Throwing to first is in time. 2 away. So now 2 away for Kevin Graham. Final chance for the Hoots here with 2 outs. He can end it with 1 swing of the bat. At least trying to extend the inning to Andrew Keck. 2 away, nobody on.
Wouldn't be surprised if Graham's just swinging out of his shoes here.
The first pitch, and he is. He had a rip at it, swung right through it.
Don't have much to lose.
Nope, nothing to lose.
So much to gain here in this opportunity. Might as well. See what you can do.
Let it rip. No balls and 1 strike. The offering from Burnett. Right down the middle for a strike. And now Hoots down to their technically final strike, although if Graham is retired, it would just end in a tie. No balls and 2 strikes. Burnett comes set, and the 0-2. Breaking ball just a bit high. Home plate umpire was having none of that high curveball. Now 1-2 to Graham. The 1-2 to Graham in the dirt. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Kevin Graham trying to end this ball game. So is Preston Burnett. Two balls and 2 strikes. The pitch from Burnett. Swing and a miss. And this ball game is over. It ends in a 3-3 tie. The Cavemen will head back out to the field. Connor McKenna will take the mound. And each team picks up their 3rd tie. So no runs scored in that inning and plus an out. So we'll be back. We'll have the nightcap for you right after this. A full ball game, full 7-inning ball game coming up. The nightcap between the Cavemen and the Hoots coming right up. Here we go once more. Could you call this the fourth game of the day? That's what we're going to call it. The continuation of the ball game from August 2nd ends in a 3-3 tie. Now we're ready for the nightcap of this ball game. Starting fresh, clean slate. Connor McKenna deals to Chase Krogman to lead things off. The first pitch is high for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. Chase Krogman, Ty Stouse, Kevin Graham, Andrew Keck, Matt Dunham, Jamie Young, Tyler Bastunas, Matt Staker, Luke Lampros, the order for the Hoots. Second pitch is a strike in there from Connor McKenna. McKenna making his 6th start of the summer, an ERA in the low 4s at 4.26, but in his last 5 outings, that ERA is under 2. Just 4 earned runs given up in his last 5 outings. 10 of his 14 earned runs came in his first 2 outings of the summer. He started that August 2nd game against the Hoots and went 6 innings, striking out 8, just giving up a couple of earned runs. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Chase Krogman. The pitch, outside. Chase Krogman, the leading hitter in terms of batting average in this league, well into the 400s. The 2-2, up and away. A sparkling batting average for Chase Krogman at 426. And he looks at a ball there and make that 16 walks and 87 plate appearances. That on base is up over 550 for Krogman. He's on to lead off the ball game.
And I like this move today by Joe Lincoln, moving Stouse up to the 2 spot. He's been having some really good at-bats at the bottom of the order, and now he gets an opportunity to do a job in the 2 spot when you've already got a runner on first.
Stouse, the designated hitter, hitting second for Joe Lincoln's Hoots. That's sprayed foul back to the screen. The Hoots now 13-9-3, Cavemen 10-13-3. Each team now with 3 ties after the conclusion of that ball game. So we're playing 3 ball games and some change here this evening. Nobody scored in the inning plus an out in that continuation of that ball game. So we start this ball game fresh. No score, top of the first. 1 ball, 1 strike to Ty Stouse. Chase Krogman on first after the leadoff walk. Kevin Graham awaits on deck. The 1-1 from McKenna. Fouled back and out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Stouse. Patient hitter at the plate, 13 walks and 60 plate appearances. 7 hits, 3 of them have gone for 2 bases. 3 runs driven in, 5 runs scored for Mr. Stouse. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The pitch from McKenna. Swing and a fly ball hit to right. That is at the wall and it's caught. Boy, that carried out there a little farther than I expected. But that's put away out there by Danny Sperling for the first out. 1 away here in the top of the first. The Hoots, the away team this evening. In that home first base side dugout, wearing their white vests with the black sleeves and white pants with a gold and black stripe running down the side. First pitch to Kevin Graham is inside for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Graham in his first ball game, playing for the Hoots. On Saturday against the Corn Belters, went 1 for 4. He pops that one up into foul territory and foul and out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike. Kevin Graham out of Ole Miss, hitting third, playing right field this evening. One ball, 1 strike. The pitch. Broken bat hit into shallow center. Seth Halverson makes the catch for the second out. So after a leadoff walk, couple of flyouts. And now the catcher, Andrew Keck. Keck has had himself a nice summer. Couple of long balls, 11 RBIs, 14 runs scored. That's tied for second on this ball club. The average sitting at 312, on base at 469. OPS over 1,000 for the SEMO catcher. He looks at a ball outside, 1 ball, no strikes. McKenna has pitched his best baseball as of late. Just 4 earned runs given up in his last 5 outings. Over 15 2/3. He's dropped that ERA from double digits down into the low 4s. A Truman State right-hander facing Andrew Keck out of Southeast Missouri State. Backstop. 2 balls and no strikes. Chase Krogman still at first base. The 2-0. Outside for a ball. Matt Dunham awaits on deck if Keck can get on base. Beautiful night for baseball here at CarShield Field. No foul in Missouri. Temperatures right around 80 degrees at first pitch. The 3-0. Right down the middle. Three balls and 1 strike. Chase Krogman gets his lead off first. A short lead over there. Just a couple of steps. The 3-1 from McKenna is fouled out of play. Krogman will be off with this next pitch. Shane Holsey, Cam Thomas with you. Charlie Bornoff on the production. Final week of CarShield Collegiate League Baseball. Games running through this Friday, and that'll be it. Wow, it's already almost that time. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Andrew Keck. My, how this summer has flown by. The 3-2. Another foul ball out of play. Krogman will head back to first, and we'll try it again. 7th pitch of this at-bat coming here to Keck. Connor McKenna trying to work a scoreless top half of the first. Jackson Keller, the starter for the Hoots, will take the mound in the bottom half. The Hoots trying to give him a lead. Andrew Keck has driven in 11 runs in 18 ball games, couple of long balls. Krogman is off. The 3-2, outside corner, ring him up. So McKenna retires the next 3 after a leadoff walk to Chase Krogman. We're through a scoreless half inning in the nightcap. Cavemen coming to bat for the first time, facing Jackson Keller right after this on CarShield Collegiate League TV. A scoreless top half of the first for Connor McKenna. And now his Cavemen come to the plate. Colin Turnbow, Danny Sperling, Luke Mann will be the first 3. Then Seth Alverson, Brandon Gutzler, Mitch Daniels, Caden Deal, Zach Floyd, and Andy Bunton facing Jackson Keller. And the Mobap right-hander fires in a ball, 1 ball, no strikes. Keller ERA in the high threes, right around 4 at 3.98. 19 in the third innings of work, 23 strikeouts, 12 walks. There's a called strike to the leadoff hitter, Colin Turnbow. Another Maryville product. Leading things off for the Cavemen. The 1-1 is down and away, 2-1. Keller went to the breaking ball. The last time Keller took the mound was on Tuesday against the Gems. Worked 4 innings, giving up 3 runs. There's a base hit right back up the box for Colin Turnbow. So he gets things started in a good way for the Cavemen lineup with a leadoff base hit in the bottom of the first.
You think maybe this Cavemen lineup is going to look a little different with, the changes that they've had to make over the last couple of days with new guys being added and some guys heading back to college, wherever they may end up going. But, of course, Colin Turnbow, he gets put up in this leadoff spot and delivers.
Turnbow's a pesky hitter. He's going to get his base hits, but his game is working counts, not striking out a whole lot. And he's a good guy to have in this leadoff spot. Danny Sperling has been one of the better leadoff hitters in this league. Getting on base about 46% of the time. He's hitting in the 2-hole this evening. The majority of his games have been in the leadoff spot, but hitting second behind Colin Turnbow. 1 ball, 1 strike. Turnbow, his on-base percentage up over 500. 1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch to Sperling is fouled out of play.
And in between pitches there, I was trying to figure out where the hole in the Cavemen lineup was. Well, of course, Mark Schallenberger, he went to go have surgery, so he's no longer with the club. And the middle of the order, even though one guy is taken out, it can change everything about your lineup.
The addition of Brandon Gutzler in the last couple of weeks. He's serving as a designated hitter this evening. That pitch is chopped foul. He hits right behind Luke Mann and Seth Halverson. 3-4 in this order. So Mark Schallenberger not in the lineup the rest of this summer. So his Cavemen will have to do without him these last few ball games. The 1-2 to Sperling is hit out to short. Staker catches that in the air, fires to first, and Turnbow is back safely. So a line out. And they can't double off the runner at first. Wonder if Staker might have been better off trying to play that on a hop and trying to turn 2.
And I love the play right there from Colin Turnbow at first base. As soon as he saw that ball was on a line to the shortstop and Staker, he froze right there in that first baseline. And that's exactly what you're supposed to do. The ball on the left side of the infield, you're the runner at first. You freeze on a line drive and see what's going to happen.
We've seen several times this summer guys get doubled off at first base, getting a little over-aggressive. There's a broken bat, line drive down the first base line and fair. Inside the first base line, Luke Mann is going to have himself extra bases as he slides into second with a 1-out broken bat double. Absolutely crushed it down the right field line.
And it's not too many times you see that, like where the hit gets down and the defense does every single thing right on the other end to where you don't score a run. Like if that ball scoots away from Staker, who's a cutoff man right there, it could go all the way to the wall, past the third baseline, whatever the case may be. Good job by the rest of the squad, pitcher, third baseman, backing everything up, and it keeps runners at second and third.
And more importantly, keeps the Cavemen off the scoreboard. Here's a guy who can put 3 runs on the scoreboard with 1 swing of the bat, Seth Halverson. 6 homers, 21 runs driven in. Good for 3rd in the league. Behind Wade Stouse and Michael Long. 1 ball and 1 strike. Broken bat double by Luke Mann, and now Seth Halverson, his fellow Mizzou teammate. Hits with Mann out on second. Colin Turnbow at first, who led off this inning with a base hit. So 2 of the first 3 have reached via the base hit. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Halverson. The pitch. Swinging a pop-up and a shallow right, not going to be deep enough to score a run. That's put away out there by Luke Lampros for out number 2, and a big out number 2 for Keller to retire Halverson without a run scoring.
Yeah, because you put a hot hitter in Seth Halverson away and bring in a guy who's been struggling a little bit and still trying to figure out what he wants to do in the next stage of his baseball career. So it could be a breakout opportunity here for Gutzler, or Keller could be successful.
Gutzler 4 for 13 on the summer, 4 games at the plate. That pitch is a little bit low from Keller for a ball.
And Keller just painted the outer part of the zone there. I'm wondering where that pitch missed.
And the only logical explanation was that it was low, but definitely looked like it did clip the bottom of the zone. That pitch definitely missed outside. 2 balls, no strikes. And that first pitch, the difference between 1-0 and 0-1, massive. Can really change the tide of an at-bat if you don't get that call on the first pitch. He gets the call there, 2-1. Gutzler, 3 runs driven in, 3 runs scored. Has a double to his credit for one of those 4 hits, and that's foul off Andrew Keck behind the plate. Ouch.
That's about the second, third time that's happened to him in the last couple weeks.
He's taking a beating behind the plate.
I know it happened once earlier this week, and it didn't really seem like it hurt him all that much, but this one seems like it rung his bell a little bit.
Home plate umpire walks a baseball out to Jackson Keller. 2 balls, 2 strikes on the count to Brandon Gutzler. After that foul ball, Keck stays in the ballgame. He's a tough guy behind the plate. Two balls and 2 strikes to Gutzler. The pitch from Keller. Plunked him in the back. And that was caught in the on-deck circle by Mitch Daniels. So dead ball, no interference. We did see an interference call on a play like that hit off the catcher's glove. Colin Bergman was in the on-deck circle at that time. Caught the baseball, but dead ball there. So just a good reaction there by Daniels, and he'll have the bases loaded, 2 away.
We felt so bad for Bergman when that happened to him because he was just trying to protect himself in case that ball was coming right for him on the on-deck circle.
Just self-defense.
Yeah.
There's a ball coming your way. As a baseball player, your first reaction is to try to catch it. So now bases loaded, 2 away for Daniels, the Webster Gorlock. He looks at a ball upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Daniels, 254 hitter coming into play, 5 runs driven in, 6 runs scored, a double and a triple, and 13 singles to make up his 15 base knocks. 2 balls and no strikes, tight zone for Jackson Keller here in the first. He's got the bases loaded to deal with, a couple of hits and a hit by pitch. Have loaded the bases with 2 away for Mitch Daniels. The 2-0. Swinging a ground ball, hit slowly. Matt Staker on a couple of hops. He's going to have to hurry on to first. Nice play by the Division III Gold Glover. He retires his Webster teammate and sends us to the top of the second. No score. Cavemen lead the bases loaded in the bottom of the first. We head to the second. No score on CarShield Collegiate League TV. We want to take this time to thank our proud sponsor, Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since way back in 1996. Their 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility is located on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, give Interco a call, 1-877-258-3601, or head to itcscrap.com. That's 1-877-258-3601, or itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a metal tronics recycler since 1996. That first pitch to Matt Dunham is fouled straight back. They have the shift on the left-handed Dunham here to lead off the top of the second. Dunham, Jamie Young, and Tyler Bastunas, 5, 6, 7 for the Hoots in the top of the second. The shortstop, Colin Turnbow, playing right behind the second base bag, and that's skied in the left center. Seth Halverson, the center fielder, puts that one away. 1 out here in the second. So since the leadoff walk in the top of the first, Connor McKenna has retired the next 4 men he's faced. 1 away here in the second now for the left fielder, Maryville commit Jamie Young. So a couple of GLVC foes squaring off here. Maryville against Truman State. The first pitch from the Truman State right-hander, a little bit low for a ball. Jamie Young, a two-way player. He's been virtually lights out on the mound and has had a productive season at the plate as well. With a home run, 4 runs driven in, 5 runs scored. 1 ball, 1 strike to the Melbourne, Australia native. The 1-1. Outside corner called strike. McKenna painted the fastball on the outside corner. Tyler Bastunas, the third baseman, is on deck. The 1-2. Outside corner called third strike. Froze him on the breaking ball. 2 strikeouts for Connor McKenna and 5 straight retired.
It's really hard for these guys, and especially right now. You just finished up the end of one ball game, and you try to regroup to start things over here for the second game. Kind of hard to lock in and get ready for this next one.
It's very odd, kind of weird situation because you go from one game, you're just finishing up, and you don't really know how to feel. You just tied. Energy is probably kind of at a lull. You're getting hyped up for that first game. You play an inning, and then, oh, we're done. Time to play another. It's almost like you have to get yourself hyped back up. No balls, 2 strikes. Tyler Bastunas. McKenna looking for a 1-2-3 second. The kick and the 0-2. Outside, pulled the fastball across the zone. Caden Deal behind the plate. Couldn't quite stick that. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch. Swing and a miss. 3 strikeouts for Connor McKenna. He's retired the last 6 batters he's faced. He's settled into this ball game. Jackson Keller heads back out for the second. Cavemen coming to bat. No score here on CarShield Collegiate League TV. To the bottom of the second we go. Caden Deal leads things off. I want to take this time to thank another one of our sponsors, Code Ninjas O'Fallon, that's located at 2955 Highway K in O'Fallon, intersection of Highway K and N, Deerberg Shopping Center, Deer Creek Crossing. Kids ages 7 to 14 will learn how to code by building small video games with the help of their wonderful sensei instructors. There's a called strike to Caden Deal, 1 ball, 1 strike. Students will start at white belt, go all the way to black belt, coming today for a free 30-minute session. Kids have fun. Parents see results. Head to codeninjas.com/mo-O'Fallon or call 636-851-9634. That's 636-851-9634. Or head to codeninjas.com/mo-O'Fallon. Code Ninjas O'Fallon. Kids have fun. Parents see results. The 1 2 to Caden Deal is a called strike 3 and a strikeout to begin the second for Jackson Keller. So now that brings in the left fielder, Zach Floyd.
Yeah, I really love to see how Floyd approaches his first at bat. You got your coach here and Jeff Bolin. You want to go out here and have fun, but you don't want to press too hard.
Zach Floyd looks at a strike, the St. Charles Community College Cougar, facing the Missouri Baptist Spartan, Jackson Keller. Had a nice interview with Coach Bolin in between ball games. Enjoying some baseball and enjoying a beautiful evening here at the ballpark. CarShield Field, O'Fallon, Missouri, the site of all 90 of these CarShield Collegiate League ball games. Home of the O'Fallon Hoots. We're scheduled to play in the Prospect League, formerly the Hannibal Hoots, if you're familiar with that squad. There's a swing and a miss from Zach Floyd, and back-to-back strikeouts to start the second for Jackson Keller. His first 2 of the ball game. Hannibal Hoots used to be called the Cavemen. That's where this name comes from. These jerseys, formerly the jerseys of the Hannibal Cavemen, they became the Hannibal Hoots. And now the O'Fallon Hoots playing here at CarShield Field.
We obviously don't know what it's going to exactly look like next year. It should be going back to what it originally was supposed to be in the Prospect League.
Fingers crossed. There's a ground ball out to short. Matt Staker, sure-handed out there at short. 1-2-3 inning for Jackson Keller. A couple of strikeouts and a ground out. Cam will have the middle innings for you. We head to the third. No score.
Eight, 9-1 due up in the Hoots order as we move to the top of the third inning. No score between the Hoots and the Cavemen as the first pitch is on the way to Matt Staker. Swung on and missed on a fastball in the outer third of the zone for strike number 1. Staker's first at bat of the day as the Hoots have pretty much gone in order the first 2. Swinging a line drive into center field. Halverson's there, and it'll drop in front for a base hit. So Halverson was lazily going to look at that baseball and then just all of a sudden held up. So it's a base hit for Matt Staker in the first hit of the ball game for the Hoots. So the Hoots get on the base pass here with a leadoff single from Matt Staker to bring in Luke Lampros, who is the starting second baseman today. Seen.
And on that last play, Halverson in center field, there's a called strike, but Halverson didn't look like he got a great jump on that ball. This is a tough sky this time of night, this twilight sky. It can be hard to pick up the baseball. That kind of looked like that was the case there. He might have just not even seen it.
Rather play it safe than sorry and just let it drop in front.
Absolutely.
0-1 on the way. Swing and a miss on a curveball in the dirt. Lampros was way out in front of that for strike 2. No balls and 2 strikes on the count. A runner at first base here in the top of the third inning. No score between the Hoots and the Cavemen. Cavemen have 2 hits on the board through 2 innings, and the Hoots have just notched their first base runner aboard with the leadoff single from Matt Staker. 0-2 now the count to Luke Lampros. The pitch is popped up into center. Halverson coming on, and it drops in front for another base hit. So identical swings, identical flight paths of those baseballs drop in front of Seth Halverson for back-to-back singles.
Halverson was coming a little harder on that one. That one's just a case of a ball he just couldn't get to. Just a little broken bat Texas leaguer out in the left center. And not a whole lot Halverson could do. If he tries to dive for that ball, who knows what can happen.
And here come the big guns. Back to the top of the order in Chase Krogman. He walked in his first at-bat. Runner at first and a runner at second. Here's the pitch. Swinging a tapper right back at the screen. Out of play. Hoots trying to get on the board here as they've now tied the hit total for their opposing team in the Cavemen at 2 apiece. Still no runs on the board, but a runner at first and a runner at second with Chase Krogman up. 1 strike on the count. Here's the pitch from McKenna on the way. Fastball missed outside. Ball 1. Ty Stouse awaits on deck. He hit a pretty good ball out to center field that was caught at the track in his first at-bat. So Ty will try to keep putting good wood on the baseball, but Chase is at the dish right now. 1-1 pitch. Swung on and missed on a curveball outside that just dipped into the lower part of the zone. And Krogman couldn't find the barrel to ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes now the count in the top of the 3rd inning. A runner in scoring position for Chase Krogman. Here's the payoff pitch from McKenna. On the way. Swing and a pop-up on the infield. Third baseman Mann will give chase, but it's out of play and foul. Beautiful night for baseball here at CarShield Field. Temperatures in the upper 70s. It's a little sticky, but still good atmosphere for baseball. Here's the 1-2. Swinging a tapper up the middle. The pitcher's got it. He'll throw to second for 1, and that's the only one that the Cavemen will get. And they call both runners out. Interference on the play from Chase Krogman. Or no, interference on the play from Luke Lampros at second. He slid in to the feet of the fielder. And here comes Joe Lincoln out to argue this call. He is not happy about this. And we'll see another socially distanced argument between the umpire and the manager for the Hoots.
And he has a case, but that was a very, very late slide. He was only about a step from the bag when he started to slide. That, I mean, you hate to call both guys out on a play that wasn't going to be a double play anyway, but if you're Luke Lampros, you got to start that slide a little earlier. We're trying to protect these guys out here. Don't want anybody getting hurt. So that's the right call by the umpire, but unfortunate for the Hoots. But it's the right call.
So since there's interference on the play, the out recorded should go to the second baseman. So it'll be 4 unassisted for the second out of the 3rd. Bring in Ty Stouse. Still an opportunity for the Hoots to score a run here with a runner at second. That's Matt Staker. He singled to get aboard. Stouse digs in from the left side. He's 0 for 1 today. First pitch to him. Swung on and missed. Fastball upstairs that Stouse couldn't lay off of.
And so on that play, Staker goes back to second. So that's why we have a runner on second base. Everybody goes back to where they were.
0-1 now the count to the left-handed Stouse. Here's the pitch. Swinging a pop-up. Shallow left field. Coming on. Floyd. Can he make the catch? He does. And left for out number 3. So a couple of Hoots reach base and interference ends the threat here in the top of the 3rd inning. We move to the bottom half of the 3rd. Still no score between the Hoots and the Cavemen here at CarShield Field. We're back in a moment. It's CarShield Collegiate League Baseball on the CarShield Collegiate League Radio Network and CCL TV. We move to the bottom of the third inning here at CarShield Field in O'Fallon, Missouri. Cam Thomas alongside Shane Holsey. Charlie Bornoff is on the ones and twos. Bottom of the third, as the top of the order is due up for the Cavemen. It's Colin Turnbow who takes the first pitch ball, low and away to make it 1-0. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Fastball's lined through the four-hole into right field for a base hit. Colin Turnbow 1 for 1 today with a walk now, and he's really setting the tone at the top of this order for the Cavemen today.
And this guy just knows how to find his way on base, doesn't he? Just takes a nice approach, doesn't try to do too much. He's already got himself a 2-for-2 ball game, and he's on base once again.
So that brings in the left-handed Danny Spearling, who swings and misses through a first pitch fastball for strike one. 0-1 now the count to the left-handed Spearling, who's 0 for 1 today. Recorded the first out of the first inning for the Cavemen at the dish. Here's the 0-1. Missed outside. No, home plate umpire said it was in there. Strike one. 1 ball, 1 strike on the count. No balls, 2 strikes on the count. Check that. Luke Mann awaits on deck, but a runner's aboard for Danny Spearling. Here it comes. The pitch is outside and away. Ball 1. Nice little shift on for the Hoots. Stakers pinched in towards the bag at short. And Krogman in center shaded to the right. 1-2 misses outside to even up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Still fans continuing to file in at CarShield Field. Do not have official attendance numbers, but our guesstimate would probably be around 300 fans in attendance tonight. Here's a 2-2. A tapper to the right side. Here comes Dunham from first. He'll field it himself and step on the bag for out number 1. So first out of the third is recorded with a 3 unassisted in the books.
And what I love about that play, Sperling was booking it out of the box, did not slow down until he reached first base. You never know. The first baseman could bobble it. He could trip over his feet. You never, ever know. And props to Sperling there for running that ball out and made it fairly close at first base.
Yeah, and we've seen the latter half of that happen earlier today. Tate Matheny, a similar ball left side of the infield, didn't start running it out until he was about 3/4 of the way down the bag. So always try to beat it out if you can. Brings in Luke Mann. Takes the first pitch, bouncer in the dirt, goes to the backstop, and on a play off the catcher's mitt, and that's going to have Turnbow to stay at third.
You get the base you were on plus 1 more.
So since the ball was in the dirt, he was taken off for second, was Turnbow. He gets third now on that ball going off of Keck's glove hand and into the stands. You don't see that all that often.
No.
Keck's going to have to take a second here.
Yeah, that ball just had so much spin on it. It just ricocheted off his equipment, just kind of rode up his equipment off his leg, and it went kind of, but there's a gap in that netting between it's even when you look at it straight ahead, but the angle that ball came off, there is a gap in between that netting, so that ball just went right through there. And not too often you see a pass ball or a wild pitch go into the bleachers, but hey, you never know what you're going to see when you come to the ballpark.
And you obviously hope here that Andrew Keck is going to be okay. Looks like it's a very minuscule, minor, let's shake it off type of thing. So
he's been beaten up behind the plate tonight, hasn't he?
yeah, that's about the second ball that's knocked off of either his glove hand or throwing hand. So Luke Mann steps back in, 1-0 count. Here's the pitch, missed outside. 2-0 now the count with 1 out, bottom 3. Tailor-made opportunity for the Cavemen to break through with their first run of the ball game. 2-0 pitch on its way. Curveball out of third, in there, strike 1.
How about the confidence in that pitch to throw it 2-0 to Luke Mann and drop in a breaking ball for a strike? Almost unhittable.
Tapper to the right side, into the glove of Dunham. He'll step on the bag for the out, but the run does score in Colin Turnbow on the batted ball. So good job by Luke Mann putting the ball in play, and he's got an RBI ground out.
And how about that play by Dunham? That ball changed direction at the last second. Man almost had himself a base hit. If Dunham doesn't corral that, that scoots into right field. And just a nice job there by Dunham, maintaining his composure, not hurrying himself, not rushing, and just making sure you get at least one out, even if a run does score.
Brings in the right-handed Seth Halverson, who's got the start in center today for the Cavemen. He popped up to the second baseman back in the first. The pitch is lined right back up the box. Broken bat. Second baseman's over to field it. To throw to first, not in time, and an infield single for Seth Halverson.
Not much of a chance to get Halverson there. It was a heck of an effort by Lampros just to get to that baseball, kind of in between Staker and Lampros. With Halverson's speed, there's almost no way you're going to get him on that play.
So now a runner is aboard for Brandon Gutzler, the designated hitter, who walked back in the first. And you can't help but look back at that wild pitch from Jackson Keller that went off of Keck's mitt and into the stands. As the first pitch is delivered, runner goes, throw it down to second, not in time. Seth Halverson has a stolen bag, and that stolen bag is brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA for healthy living, social responsibility, and youth development. Hit up the O'Fallon Family YMCA for more information. A runner in scoring position now. Here's the 1-0 to Gutzler inside. Ball 2. But back to what we were saying before, Seth Halverson took off for second. You can't help but look back at that wild pitch. That is the reason why the Cavemen lead 1-0.
That's the reason why that runner was on third, reason why that run scored.
2-1 is in there for strike one. So one aboard as Brandon Gutzler takes a pause, but when you're kecking, you take so much of a beating back there, you can't help but one's going to go awry every once in a while.
It's going to happen.
2-1 on the way. Runner goes. Swing and a miss on the pitch and a foul ball. So Halverson will go back to second.
And how about Halverson? 17 stolen bases. And this is 18th game. By himself, averaging almost a steal per game. Multiple times he's stolen second, stolen third. Tried to steal home one time, but was caught.
2-2 now the count. 2 outs and a runner at second. Here's the pitch. Inside, missed. Ball 3. It's crazy to think about Seth Halverson, of course, with some gaudy numbers stealing bags, but I mean, I can't help but think about the guy behind the plate, Andrew Keck, who's got almost just as many steals and nowhere close to as fast. Swing and a miss on the 3-2 pitch. No, it's fouled away. It was into the catcher's mitt of Andrew Keck and popped out. And that's uncharacteristic of Andrew. You wonder if that earlier pitch that went off his glove is now affecting if he can stick behind the plate.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that hit his glove or hit his equipment, maybe both. Maybe just trapped in between his glove and his equipment, just couldn't hang on.
3 ball, 2 strikes. Runner goes. The pitch. Line down the left field line. Snared by the third baseman. Lazy throw over to first in time for out number 3. So a run comes across for the Cavemen here in the bottom of the third inning on a base hit. And an error in the field on a wild pitch from Jackson Keller. Puts us at a 1-0 lead for the Cavemen over the Hoots as we move to the top of the fourth inning here at CarShield Field in O'Fallon, Missouri. We're back in a bit on CCL TV and the CarShield Collegiate League Radio Network. Top of the fourth inning here at CarShield Field. Cavemen now have a 1-0 lead after they scooted across a run in the bottom half of the third. So the Hoots come to the dish with Kevin Graham, Andrew Keck, and Matt Dunham due up. 3, 4, 5 in their order. First pitch on the way. Swinging a tapper to the right side. Fielded cleanly over there at first by Daniels. He'll step on the bag himself for out number 1. 1 pitch, 1 out. Mr. Connor McKenna.
And now he's got a lead to work with. He can be a little more aggressive. It's just a 1-run lead, but the difference between a scoreless ball game and a 1-0 ball game, that takes so much pressure off a pitcher, because in a scoreless ball game, you make one mistake, you're losing. Now you make a mistake, you're probably tied. So it gives you a little more confidence. You can work more in the strike zone, and Connor McKenna has been on some kind of roll these last few outings. He's really, really pitched well, found his groove.
We talked about the first couple outings of the summer that we talked about off the air. It was two games back-to-back. Gave up 10 runs combined between the two. First pitch swinging is Andrew Keck on a foul tip back into the catcher's mitt of Caden Deal. But he's settled down in his last 3 or 4 appearances, just giving up 5 earned runs in those final appearances here this summer. So he is ending the latter part of his CarShield Collegiate League career pretty well so far.
He's going out on a good note. And he's pitching really, really well tonight, pitching to contact. He's getting his strikeouts, but they're coming on pitches normally in the strike zone. That's where a lot of his strikeouts come. Not devastating stuff. He doesn't overpower you, but his stuff has a lot of movement in the strike zone, and he gets a lot of swings and misses that way.
Local guy in the mid-Missouri area from Jefferson City, went to Helias Catholic. Andrew Keck awaits the 0-1. Swing and a miss on a fastball upstairs for strike number 2.
And he can elevate it when he needs to. He doesn't have to go to it all that much, and it surprises these hitters.
0-2 count with 1 out, top of the fourth. Nobody on. A 1-0 lead for the Cavemen over the Hoots. Here comes the pitch. Waste pitch, curveball outside, missed for ball 1. Infield playing big, outfield straight away at all 3 positions. McKenna getting a sign from Deal. Here's a 1-2. Swinging a fly ball down the right field line, but it's out of play over the Blue Moon patio bar down the right field line. Lights are on here at CarShield Field as we near the 9 o'clock hour. Ton of baseball left to be played as we are through 3 innings here. The Cavemen leading 1-0. 1-2 pitch on the way to Andrew Keck. Missed outside for ball 2. 2-2 now the count. 2 hits today for the Hoots. No runs have come aboard for the Hoots today, while the Cavemen have knocked the ball around pretty well last 3 innings. 4 hits for them and 1 run on the board. 2-2 pitch on the way to the Hoots catcher. Here it is. Up and inside, ball 3. Home plate umpire tonight has been pretty consistent. If these arms have not been around the zone, he has not been given the extra inch or millimeter that you may think. 3-2 pitch on its way as McKenna gets a sign from Deal. Now he will step off the mound and reset.
Just a case of McKenna and Deal not getting on the same page. McKenna wants to throw 1 pitch, and Deal puts down 3 or 4 different signs, and he shakes him off, shakes him off, shakes him off. And sometimes the catcher, you're like, buddy, what do you want to throw? So then the catcher can go out there and McKenna can just tell him, hey, I want to throw this pitch. You don't even have to put down a sign. Just go.
3-2 pitch. Ready from McKenna. Here it is. Swinging a line drive down the right field line, snared by the first baseman. He will step on the bag at first. Will Mitch Daniels for out number 2.
These first basemen have been busy over there. A lot of ground balls hit that direction. Usually third base is the hot corner, but the other corner, first base, proven to be that tonight.
Especially with the back-to-back lefties. That's why you see the action in this inning for Daniels being so heavy. Here's a third lefty due up, Matt Dunham. First pitch swinging is Dunham. Big drive to right field. Over the wall. Gone! Matt Dunham ties up the ball game with one swing of the bat. It's a big fly for the hometown Hoots, and the ball game is tied 1-1 off the big fly from Matt Dunham. His third of the year.
And all of his home runs have tied a ball game. Game-tying home runs, all 3 of his home runs. And he's had a knack for coming through clutch when the Hoots need him, and they couldn't get any offense going against McKenna. And just like that, we got a tie ball game.
You said it before the inning started, Shane. One mistake, and the ball game is tied. First pitch swinging is Jamie Young. Swings to a first pitch fastball for strike 1. But you also said, Shane, that one mistake, it feels different with a 1-0 lead than it does being tied. And, of course, with the Cavemen scoring in the bottom half of the third inning, it doesn't feel oh so bad right now for McKenna.
It's just a tie ball game. It's a brand new ball game, 0-0.
1-1 the count to Young. Here's the pitch. Curveball in there in the middle part of the zone for strike 2.
And Jamie Young's wearing a Slew Billiken helmet. That's kind of unusual, that blue helmet.
1-2, low and away. To even up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two pitch with 2 outs on the way. Swing and a miss. He struck him out to end the threat here in the top of the 4th. 1 run comes across, and boy, was it a big one. A big fly off the bat of Matt Dunham over the right field wall. Ties up the ball game at 1 apiece as we move to the bottom of the 4th inning. Cavemen trying to answer as the ball game's now tied at CarShield Field. We're back in a moment on CCL TV and the CarShield Collegiate League Radio Network. Mitch Daniels, Caden Deal, Zach Floyd do up this inning for the Cavemen as the ball game is now tied 1-1 after the Matt Dunham big fly back in the top of the 4th. We move to the bottom of the 4th inning. First pitch on the way to Mitch Daniels, misses low, ball 1. Caveman got on the boards himself. It was started off with Colin Turnbow back in the 3rd. He was driven in by Seth Halverson. 1-1 pitch in there, strike 1. Caden Deal awaits on deck. Here's a 1-1 on the way. Curveball out at 3rd, missed for ball 2.
I think Daniels wants some pine tar here. It's a humid night. Maybe losing the grip on that bat a little bit. Just get a little pine tar on there, ready to go.
Lights are on here at CarShield Field. Beautiful night for baseball. Here's the 2-1. Swing and a tapper. Foul into the dugout of the Cavemen to even up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Keller looks in from the side. He's ready. Here it is, 2-2. Curveball is lifted into right field, down for a base hit. Nice little inside-out swing right there from Mitch Daniels, and just got a piece of the handle of the bat on it for a single into right.
That's just pure muscle right there. Talk about muscle in a baseball into the outfield. He was jammed. A little PB&J sandwich base hit in the right field.
Brings in Caden Deal. He struck out his first at bat. First pitch fastball in there on the outer third to the left-handed Deal for strike one. Oh, 1 on its way. Swinging a tapper up the middle. Staker's got it to second for one, on to first. Not in time. Would have been tough for Staker to turn the double play there. He thought about going to first, but still had enough time with Daniels being the slower of the two runners between Caden Deal, who was busting it down the first base line, and Daniels, who was going over to second.
And how about the quick flip there by Staker, man? How quick are his hands? He got that out in virtually no time and actually gave Lampros a shot at turning that as slow as that ball was hit. Thought there was no chance. He made it close.
Zach Floyd, first pitch swinging a line drive down the left field line that gets down for a base hit. Deal's trekking around second. The throw to third, not in time as it goes past the outstretched glove of Tyler Bastunis. And now here comes Caden Deal home. He's going to score. What a turn of events there, and the Cavemen have taken the lead 2-1.
My word. A lot going on that play. I mean, Floyd was headed into second. That throw to third. Bastunas just tried to slap the tag on him before he even had the ball, and Keller just not in the right spot backing up third base.
And just like that, Zach Floyd, in all of that mess, ends up at third base. So a 2-1 lead for the Cavemen over the Hoots as the 9 spot, Andy Bunton, now digs in. He takes a first pitch inside, ball 1, and now here comes the Hoots infield to cut off the run at home. The pitch, low and inside, ball 2.
Got to make Bunton hit a ball to the outfield here. Don't want to give up a free run. Runs have been in a premium this ball game.
Zach Floyd grabbing his lead at third. Here's the 2-0. Swinging a tapper foul down the third base line, out of play. And just like that, the Cavemen's order is going to roll back to the top of the order here with Colin Turnbow waiting on deck. 1 out, a runner on third, a 2-1 lead now for the Cavemen over the Hoots. The pitch, missed low, ball 3. 6 hits on the day for the Cavemen. 2 runs have plated. 3 hits today for the Hoots. They just rendered their first error in the field, and they have 1 run on the board. 3-1 pitch, popped up into center field. Krogman's got to come in to grab this one. Here it is. He's got it. The tag from third, and Zach Floyd's going to stay there as Krogman delivers a rocket to home plate.
Not a chance you're going to score on that shallow of a fly ball with Chase Krogman in center field. Floyd just wanted to draw a throw, just get a few steps off, make him throw home. Maybe if the air mails it, but Chase Krogman, not much of a chance to run on a ball that shallow. He's got a cannon.
Rolls it back to the top of the order. And Colin Turnbow, he singled, later scored the first run of the game for the Cavemen on a wild pitch back in the third, walked in the first. The pitch is a curveball in the outer third of the zone for strike 1. Big infield with 2 outs for the Hoots right now. Outfield, no doubles defense. 0-1 pitch is in there. Strike 2. So a runner at third, 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th. 2-1 lead for the Cavemen over the Hoots. Here's the pitch. In the dirt. Evens up the count. Now at 2 balls and 2 strikes. On its way. Curveballs tapped to the shortstop. Staker's got it. Throw to first in time for out number 3. But now before the Cavemen scoot across one more run here in the bottom of the 4th inning, they add a couple of base hits, and they lead over the Hoots by a score of 2-1. Can the Hoots answer back? We'll see. We move to the top of the 5th inning here at CarShield Field in O'Fallon, Missouri on CCL TV and the CarShield Collegiate League Radio Network.
Lightning finally won.
Tyler Bastunis, Matt Staker, and Luke Lampros due up to start off the top of the 5th inning here at CarShield Field. It's a 2-1 lead for the Cavemen over the Hoots. First pitch on the way from McKenna. Swinging a sawed-off pitch that gets onto the concourse and out of play. Run you through the scoring summary. It was the Cavemen who got on the board first back in the 3rd. Colin Turnbow singled, later scored on a wild pitch. One apiece for the Hoots in the top of the 4th and the Cavemen in the bottom of the 4th. 0-1 pitch in there, strike 2. Matt Dunham answered back with the Hoots' first run of the ball game was a big fly over the right field wall in the 4th, and the Hoots added one more back in the bottom half, or the Cavemen rather added one more in the 4th as well. 0-2 pitch was fouled back towards the screen for Bastunis to reset it, no balls and 2 strikes. Matt Staker, he awaits on deck. He's 1 for 1 today with the single. Bastunis is 0 for 1. 0-2 the count. Here's the pitch. Swinging a line drive into right field. Will it get down? No! A sliding catch in right by Danny Spearling. Oh, what a play. It looked like another one of those little inside-out swings that was going to have a little blooper drop in front of the right fielder. But Spearling said, no, let me go full out for this one, make the slide and the basket catch in right for out number 1. Brings in Matt Staker, the shortstop today, who's 1 for 1. First pitch to him is out and away, ball 1. Hoots trail by a score of 2-1. As the 1-0 pitch misses inside, Staker thought it nicked him, running down to first, but home plate umpire said, nah, come back, buddy. You've got a 2-0 pitch to get ready for. Outfield straight away, infield playing big with 1 out on the board. McKenna working well through 5. Here's a 2-0. Swinging a line drive down the left field line, past the outstretched glove of the third baseman, Luke Mann, for a base hit. Now it bounces off of Floyd and left, and Staker's going to round first and head into second with a double. A hot shot down the left field line for Matt Staker, and the mistake in left field by Zach Floyd allows Staker to go ahead and take second, and he's got a 1-out double.
And Floyd was waiting for that ball to go down into the corner. Instead, it kicked off that wall that juts out. There's not a lot of foul territory, just a couple of feet down that left field line where that wall, that short brick wall, juts out. There's probably going to be 2 bases regardless, but it made it that much easier.
And now here comes Luke Lampros, who's 1 for 1 today, with an opportunity to tie this ball game up with the runner at second. Here's the pitch. Fastball outside corner, called strike number 1. 2-1 lead for the Cavemen over the Hoots here in the top of the 5th inning. A runner on second with 1 out. 0-1 now the count to the right-handed Luke Lampros. McKenna is ready. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. Out in front was Luke Lampros again for strike number 2. This was the same way that Lampros fell behind in his first at-bat. First pitch was a fastball. He swung at it. Second pitch was a curveball. He was out in front of it. Same way that this at-bat has worked against McKenna. But in the last at-bat, Lampros came through with an 0-2 single. Let's see if he can do it again. No balls, 2 strikes to count. Staker with his lead at second. The pitch, up and away, ball 1. So Lampros was able to lay off there. This is a big at-bat here in this ball game. If Luke Lampros can't do anything else, he's got to at least make a productive out. Big hole in the right side of the infield. Here's the 1-2. Missed outside, off of the catcher's mitt, and it goes back to the backstop. Matt Staker's going to be able to take third on the pass ball. So it's been a minuscule amount of mistakes here in the first couple of innings. But the one error that is on the board for the Cavemen now seems to be like it could be a costly one. Cavemen now will cut off this runner at home as the infield comes to the lip of the inside grass. Here's the 2-2. Curveball in there, strike 3 called. Got him looking. Lampros knew it right away. He was sitting fastball. Thought he was going to get something hard. after McKenna came after him with back-to-back off-speed pitches, but no, McKenna switched it up and gave him a curveball. So in steps Chase Krogman, and back to the top of the order in the Hoots lineup. The Hoots center fielder today is 0 for 1 with the walk. Here's the pitch. Fastball outer third, ball 1.
And boy, Krogman, is he ever geared up to hit every single pitch? He checked his swing. He recognized fastball and then recognized it out of the zone, just laid up. He's thinking swing, swing, swing all the way. And he's disciplined enough to lay off at the last second.
1-0 pitch is lined to the right side, past the outstretched glove of Andy Button for a base hit. It's an RBI single for Chase Krogman, and he's tied this ball game up at 2-all.
We said it. He's geared up to hit every single pitch. He gets a mistake in the strike zone, he's going to make you pay. And how about this back and forth, a run in the bottom of the third, run in the top of the fourth, run in the top, bottom of the fourth, run in the top of the fifth. These two teams just trading blow for blow.
I love it.
What a ball game.
This is all that we can ask for. A lot of competitive nature between these two teams, but they will not back down from each other. Brings in Ty Stouse. The pitch, a fastball in the outer third of the zone to the left-handed Stouse for strike number 1. Pretty interesting how Joe Lincoln attacked the lineup today. He goes 3 lefties, Andrew Keck, then back to the lefty Matt Dunham. He's been willing to put all 4 lefties in a row. He's been willing to split them up. Whatever he did today, it's working for the Hoots. Here's the 0-1 on the way to Stouse. Offered at it, went behind the catcher all the way to the backstop, and another pass ball puts Chase Krogman at second. And now Joe Lincoln's out of the dugout. He said that Ty Stouse got a piece of that. Ty Stouse didn't even swing at it. You have got to be kidding me.
Holy smokes. Holy Moses.
The ball went to the
There's no way.
backstop off the glove of Caden Deal. And Joe has every reason to be mad right now. That is absolutely ridiculous. Stouse didn't even take his bat off of the shoulder. I've never seen that. And so now that puts another strike on the count. And now the first base coach is having a conversation with the field umpire, saying that the home plate umpire should be able to appeal that call, and now he's tossed. The first base coach is tossed, and now Joe Lincoln's out of the dugout. Absolute madness. And now the music gets turned up here at CarShield Field as the conversations are getting livid between the coaches and the umpires now. Wow. And look, Joe's got every reason to be mad because this is an important runner over here at second base. To explain the context of this situation, it's a 2-2 ball game. You're in the middle of all of this, and this is just nuts, Shane.
Yeah, you can't. Wow. I really don't know what to say. He missed the call. That's plain and simple. That's all you can say.
We're going to step aside here on the CarShield Collegiate League Radio Network and CCL TV. Back in a moment. We'll get you more updates after this. Back to baseball here at CarShield Field. It's an 0-2 count to Ty Stouse in the top of the 5th inning and a 2-2 tie ball game. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. What a big out on the mound from Connor McKenna. He gets out of trouble after the Hoots tie this ball game up at 2-2 in the top of the 5th. We'll get to everything else in the bottom half of the 5th inning, but it's a 2-2 ball game here at CarShield Field in O'Fallon, Missouri. Danny Sperling, Luke Mann, and Seth Halverson due up in the 5th, bottom half of the inning for the Cavemen, as the ball game is tied up at 2 apiece. 6 hits today for the Cavemen on 2 runs, 5 hits today for the Hoots on 2 runs. First pitch from Jackson Keller misses outside for ball number 1. Here's a 1-0. Outside, strike number 1. 1 ball, 1 strike to Danny Sperling, who is 0 for 2 today, grounded out and popped up. 1-1. Offered at by Sperling. No, they said he held up as that ball was in the dirt. Count runs at 2 balls and 1 strikes. Middle innings of this ball game, and it is a barn burner here at CarShield Field. Here's a 2-1. Outside, missed. Ball 2. So 3-1 now the count here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Pitch on its way. In there, strike 2. Sperling was ready to throw his bat. Home plate umpire said nope. It's a 3-ball, 2-strike count. Full count to the leadoff hitter in the bottom of the 5th. Here's the pitch. Swing and a tapper down the left field line. Foul out of play. Nice little catch by the bullpen catcher down there down the left field line. The Cavemen's bullpen actually is in foul territory, while the Hoots bullpen is in right center field past the wall. 3-2 pitch. Got him looking. Struck him out with a fastball on the outer third, and down sits Danny Sperling. Brings in Luke Mann. Missouri Tiger is 1 for 2 today. He's got every aspiration, does Luke Mann, to try to be drafted in the Major League Baseball draft, but of course has some more time left at Mizzou. First pitch to him is a curveball in the inner third for strike 1. Don't forget, folks, tomorrow, $1 beer night at the ballpark. So come on out to the ballpark and grab a brew. Enjoy $5 ticket night. As 0-1 pitch gets in there, no balls and 2 strikes. And actually, that's going to be on Thursday night. Tomorrow, we've still got triple header action for you starting at 12. Curveball is tapped back towards the screen, out of play. Friday, we've got some big stuff going on, as that's the final day of the CarShield Collegiate League. And we have the Alliance Credit Union fireworks show happening after the ball game on Friday. So lots of fun stuff coming up over the next 3 days. If you haven't had a chance, come on out to the ballpark and experience the last week of the CarShield Collegiate League because it's been a pretty fun summer, and we still got a lot to jam-pack in here in 3 days.
That noon game tomorrow, the $5 Frenzy, and then just $12 for 2 baseball games and $1 beer. What's better than that?
0-1-2, rather, is line down the right field line out of play, so we'll reset here. Also got a big race at the top of the leaderboard for who's going to end up winning this league. Hoots came into the ball game at the top of the leaderboard. The Falcons are in the mix up there. So are the Cavemen. So it's been really fun to watch these guys the last couple of weeks and see it all culminating to the last week. Here's the 0-2 to man. Outside. Pitch missed. Low and away for ball 1.
That's competitive baseball. All these teams are within 4 wins of each other, and they've all played 25 games. You don't get that much parity in many places.
Swing and a miss on the 1-2. Fastball in the outer third that Luke Mann couldn't catch up to. It's back-to-back strikeouts to start the bottom of the 5th for Jackson Keller.
He hasn't had to get a bunch of strikeouts. He's letting the Cavemen put the ball in play. That's just 4 strikeouts. And both times he's gotten strikeouts to start the 2nd, back-to-back strikeouts, now back-to-back strikeouts to start the 5th. Worked a 1-2-3 inning that inning, trying to keep this ball game tied.
One count. Now to Seth Halverson. Here's the pitch. Inside. Ball 2. Brandon Gutzler awaits on deck. If Halverson can extend it. 2-1 pitch. Here it is. Curveball swung on and missed. Evens up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Today, Seth Halverson is 1 for 2. Single back in the 3rd. Popped up to the second baseman back in the 1st. 2-2 pitch on its way. Missed up and inside. Ball 3. Three balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs to Seth Halverson. Jackson Keller trying to close the door. Here it is. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. As Jackson Keller strikes out the side here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Boy, is he looking good in these latter 2 innings. Shane's got the play-by-play the rest of the way. It's a tie ball game between the Hoots and the Cavemen on CCL TV.
New arm out there for the Cavemen. It's the right-hander, Drake Salzman. He will face Kevin Graham, Andrew Keck, and Matt Dunham here in the 6th. The first pitch to Graham is outside. 3-4-5 for the Hoots. We got a barn burner, something about these Hoots and playing low-scoring, close ball games. We got another tied one here as we head to the 6th. Drake Salzman, an ERA a shade under 5. 33 strikeouts and 7 walks in 27 innings. Graham is out in front of that. Hits it slowly to second. On to first is Andy Bunton for out number 1. Drake Salzman making his 9th appearance. Overall, worked 5 innings against the Eagles last Tuesday, so working on a week's rest. Leads this Caveman staff in innings with 27. He's made 6 starts. 1 away here in the 6th. The ground out for Kevin Graham. He's now 0 for 3. And that brings in Andrew Keck. He's 0 for 2. One ball, no strikes to Keck. He's struck out and grounded out to first. The pitch from Salzman. Swinging a pop foul and out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike. Matt Dunham, who tied this ball game back in the 4th, awaits on deck. Tied it at 1 at that point. Since then, the Cavemen and Hoots have traded runs, and we stand at 2-2. The previous ball game, that was the continuation of a ball game from August 2nd, ended in a tie. Another tie ball game here. That pitch is just a bit outside to Keck, just off the outside corner. 2 balls and 1 strike. Keck hitting over 300, coming into play on base in the mid-400s. Couple of homers. If he can launch one here, we give the Hoots the lead. The 2-1. Outside and a bit low. Keck trying to break an 0 for 2. The Hoots have 5 hits on the evening, 6 hits for the Cavemen. The pitch to Keck is low for a ball, ball 4. So Keck reaches base for the first time this evening, and now that brings in the owner of a home run this evening, Matt Dunham.
Yeah, they got to lock in here to the Hoots and do a good job of just locking in at the plate, kind of erasing everything that's happened the last couple of innings, and just thinking of this as a new ball game, as you talked about, with it being tied 2-2.
Essentially a 0-0 ball game. Third baseman Luke Mann plays even with the line. Keck thought about running on that pitch, but instead Dunham takes a called strike. Dunham 1 for 2 with that home run this evening. Fly out to center field as well. Jamie Young awaits on deck. He will come to the plate as long as Dunham doesn't hit into a double play. And there goes Keck. He got a good jump, and it pitches in the dirt. And another stolen base for Andrew Keck, given 16 stolen bases in 16 attempts. They're going to say Dunham went around on that pitch, I believe. So Dunham went around on that pitch. The pitch is in the dirt. He spits on that breaking ball in the dirt. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So Dunham now with the runner in scoring position, 1 away. Andrew Keck representing the go-ahead run. Long look by Salzman. The pitch hit right back up the middle for a base hit. Keck is around third. He's going to try to score. The throw from Halverson is not in time. Matt Dunham, Mr. Clutch, comes through once again with an RBI base hit.
And boy, is Andrew Keck lucky, because if my eyes don't deceive me, I'm pretty sure he stepped over the third base bag when he was rounding around third. Either way, Great piece of hitting right there by Matt Dunham, not allowing that strike to affect his at-bat. He just lined it right back up the box, and the Hoots lead in a situation where they're lucky that the Cavemen weren't paying attention because Andrew Keck totally missed that bag.
Just watch that back. I think you're right. That was a good eye. The Cavemen don't appeal. The run counts, and it's 3-2 Hoots. And if you're Luke Mann, the third baseman, you have virtually no responsibility on that play other than to watch the runner and watch for that sort of play.
Yeah, exactly.
So the run does count. 3-2 Hoots back on top. Swing and a miss. Big swing and a miss from Jamie Young. Couple of future Maryville Saints squaring off here.
And to your point, Shane, like guys always talk about, well, I didn't have a responsibility on that play because it wasn't hit to my side of the field. Like there's always something that you can be doing, something that you can be locked in on to help your team every single play. That's why there's 9 guys out there.
Absolutely. 1 ball, 1 strike to Young. The pitch, a breaking ball down low for a ball. So a topsy-turvy back and forth ball game. These teams trading blows. 3-2 here in the top of the 6th. It has been no more than a 1-run lead for either team the entire ball game. The 2-1 instead of check on Dunham. Salzman steps off, steps back on the rubber, working from the first base side. Drake Salzman sets. Dunham a short lead at first. The 2-1. A breaking ball skied in the shallow center. Seth Halverson jogs underneath it, makes the catch for the second out. Good pitch there by Salzman to retire Young, and now Tyler Bastunas, the third baseman. So Matt Dunham, 2 RBIs. And boy, have they been big ones. One tied the ball game on a home run, and now he puts the Hoots on top, 3-2. All 3 of his home runs have been game-tying home runs, and now delivers an RBI base hit. No balls and 1 strike to Tyler Bastunas, who's 0 for 2 on the evening. Hoots looking for more here in the 6th. There's a called strike. Good fastball from Salzman. Top of the 6th, 3-2 Hoots on the RBI for Dunham. He's driven in 2 of the 3 Hoots runs tonight. The 0-2 from Salzman is poked foul down the first base side. As Bastunas spoils it, he'll get another chance. If he can get on base, Matt Staker awaits on deck. Oh, into the count. Matt Dunham on first after the RBI base hit. The 0-2 from Salzman. Upstairs. Pitch to Bastunas, chopped slowly up the middle. A diving stop for Turnbow. The flip to second, not in time. Nice play by Turnbow just to keep it on the infield. Almost made a spectacular play, flipping to Andy Bunton, but the toss was not in time. An infield single for Tyler Bastunas.
And I like how the Hoots have used the energy in the last couple of innings and just everything that has gone on in this ball game to lock in here in an important part of the top of the 6th inning and have another opportunity to play some more runs. They lead now 3-2.
So now 2 away for Matt Staker and a called strike on the outside corner. The 0-1, another breaking ball and another strike. The 0-2 to Staker, swing and a miss. So the Hoots get one, but that's all they get. Matt Dunneman, go ahead, RBI base knock. Puts the Hoots on top 3-2 as we head to the bottom of the 6th. We got a good finish brewing. Don't go anywhere. We head to the bottom of the 6th here on CarShield Collegiate League TV, 3-2 Hoots. Carter McCall, the new arm out there for the Hoots. He fires in a strike to Brandon Gutzler. So Carter McCall comes on in relief of Jackson Keller, who worked 5 strong innings tonight, 73 pitches. 87 pitches, rather. 5 strikeouts, no walks. 6 hits, just 2 runs, just 1 of them earned. He's in line for the W if Carter McCall can hang on here. The 0-2 coming to Gutzler. Swinging a line drive into center field. Chase Krogman on the run. He dives and can't get to it. It goes all the way to the wall. Brandon Gutzler heading into second. He's going to try for third. And Brandon Gutzler has a leadoff triple.
Probably feels good to do that, huh, Brandon Gutzler? He hasn't done that in a while. A triple, and he read it right off the bat when he knew that that ball was still bouncing off of the wall before Graham could get to it and right. He knew that he had the speed to round around third and just book it over to the third. And it was kind of funny on the slide. It looked like he hasn't slid in a while because he kind of did the full Superman slide, all that type of stuff. But fun at bat right there for Brandon Gutzler. Good
Belly
to see
flop. So now the Hoots bring the infield in. Mitch Daniels at the plate. Man, these two teams just keep going back and forth. Neither team giving an inch, trading blow for blow.
So much talent on both of these rosters.
Carter McCall trying to preserve this 3-2 lead. He's got a runner on third base with nobody out. A ball in the dirt. Gutzler's going to take off for home. The throw is wide, and Gutzler ties the ball game. Gutzler created that run with his legs. A leadoff triple, and then he scores on the wild pitch. And the Hoots give the lead right back. It's 3-3.
Not exactly what you want to do if you're the Hoots. You work so hard to get back on top there. And just like that, it's a tie ball game yet again. New game.
Brand new ball game. Once again, we've been tied at 1-1, 2-2, now 3-3. 1 ball, 2 balls, no strikes to Mitch Daniels. The 2-0, right down the middle. A call now working from the windup. The pitch is inside, and he walked him. The count was 3-1 on that pitch, so Daniels reaches on the base on balls, now representing the go-ahead run here in the bottom of the 6th. Each team with 7 hits, each team with 3 runs. Can't get a whole lot more even than these two teams tonight, as we'll have a pinch runner, Tyler Headcamp, will run for Mitch Daniels.
Yeah, Tyler's the type of guy that can play multiple positions, so don't mind him going out here to run for Mitch Daniels, who has had a pretty good day. You know, he's just reached right there and had a single earlier, played some good plays over there at first base. So
you wonder if Headcamp, he's a natural outfielder. You wonder if he'll take the outfield spot. Danny Sperling can play some infield. Maybe he slides over to third. We'll find out in the top of the 7th. But nonetheless, the go-ahead run on base. There goes Headcamp, a hit and run, and it's poked foul.
I like the idea here for the Cavemen and Will Bradley putting on the hit and run. Good idea, because you can catch the Hoots sleeping right now with nobody out on the board, and just a good job right there of putting on the hit and run first pitch.
Late in the ball game, get the defense in motion. Never know what can happen. The 0-1 coming to Caden Deal. Outside corner called strike. What a ball game we have here. All knotted up at 3. Each team with 7 hits. We've been tied 3 different times. Headcamp dances off first, and McCall senses it and steps off. No balls, 2 strikes. If you tuned in tonight, boy, you caught a good one. No balls, 2 strikes to Caden Deal. The pitch, down and away. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Headcamp, good speed at first. Pinch running for Daniels, representing the go-ahead and potential winning run. Headcamp not going. That's hit slowly out the short. Staker will go to second and get the out there. Nice play by Staker to get the lead runner.
Time after time, you think there's no way he's going to get this one. He's not going to make this play. And he learns from his mistakes. You talked about earlier, you know, on a similar play, maybe he should come get that one because he'd have a better opportunity for 2. Well, that time he did, but that roller was just way too slow for him to even have a chance.
And how quick are his hands? The transition from his glove to his bare hand happens almost seamlessly. So now the double play stays in order, and Zach Floyd comes to the dish. There's a called strike.
Like, I hate the fact that Matt Staker plays at a Division III school, only because it sometimes will have people thinking like, oh, well, he doesn't have, you know, the Division I hands. That guy's hands and his athletic ability as an infielder plays at every level.
Oh, without a doubt. And there's a swing and a miss from Floyd, and we often overlook all these D3 NAI athletes. There's so much talent in this country. There's only so many Division I schools these kids can go to. You go to D2, D3, NAIA, JUCOs. I mean, you can find talent anywhere, especially at Webster. The 0-2 to Floyd, fouled straight back to the screen.
I like the adjustment that Floyd is making here. Usually a guy that's got a big, lofty swing. Right here with 2 strikes is one of the first times I've ever seen him choke up on the bat with 2 strikes and try to do a job, which in this situation is poke a ball through the right side of the infield where you've got some space.
There's a ball, 1 ball, 2 strikes. One and 2 the count to Zach Floyd. Caden Deal on first base representing the go-ahead run. That's ripped. Hard foul, watch out. Oh, a youngster just took a foul ball off the chest. Oh, no. Scary moment. Floyd smoked that foul ball down the third base line. A youngster standing in the grassy area down the third base line caught that one, hopefully in the chest. We keep playing. One ball, 2 strikes. There goes Deal. That's fouled off. So we hope everything's okay with that young fan down the third base line. He's being tended to as we speak. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Meanwhile, good at bat here for Zach Floyd. Still down the count, 1-2. The pitch. Check swing, did not go. Oh, they say he went around.
Yeah, I thought he did too from my vantage point.
It took a while, but it's a strike 3.
That's a good job in awareness by Andrew Keck behind the plate, saying, hey, can you check that down with your field umpire? And he saw something different.
So it's a strike 3, and now 2 away in the inning. McCall trying to strand that go-ahead run on base. That pitch is upstairs. This inning started with a triple for Brandon Gutzler. He scored on a wild pitch to tie the ball game. Mitch Daniels reached on a walk. He was pinch run for by Tyler Headcamp. He was retired on a fielder's choice. Now Caden Deal on first base. And Andy Bunton, he bloops that one down the right field line. Will it stay fair? Yes, it will. A fair ball down into the corner, and it hops over the wall. A ground rule double for Andy Bunton. The ball hopped over the short wall down the right field line. Caden Deal was almost certainly going to score, but instead it's a ground rule double for Andy Bunton.
And I don't really want to fault Braxton Martinez, the third base coach right there, but if you, instead of holding up and telling Caden Deal when he's rounding second, yo, you're going to have to stop at third, you know that ball's about to be a ground rule double. Just send him so that it looks like he's about to go home, and then the home plate umpire may give you the run there.
Yeah, sometimes if you're already halfway to home plate, and it could give you the run. But nonetheless, runners on second and third. Now Colin Turnbow will have to come through. He's got a couple of base hits already tonight. So Andy Bunton has an RBI all but stolen from him as the ball hopped over the wall down the right field line. Just an unfortunate bounce. And now 2 runners on for Turnbow. Swing and a miss. Turnbow's 2 for 3 with a couple of base knocks. He scored a run. He's reached third base both times he's been on base, but just scored the 1 run. Scored on the RBI ground out by Luke Mann back in the third. Bunton at second, Deal at third. The 0-1. Outside corner, good pitch from McCall. Painting a fastball on the outside corner. And now he's got Turnbow right where he wants him. 0-2 count, runners on second and third. Tie ball game, bottom of the 6th. What a ball game we have here. Leadoff hitter Colin Turnbow in the box. 0-2 count, the pitch from Carter McCall. Down low in the dirt. One ball, 2 strikes. Go ahead run just 90 feet away. Another insurance run out at second. McCall sets and the 1-2. Just a bit low. Not sure if Turnbow was fooled or he just spit on it. But nonetheless, it's ball 2. Danny Sperling awaits on deck. 2-2 count. Deuce is wild. 2 out, 2 on. Tie ball game. The 2-2. Swinging a ground ball up the middle into center field for a base hit. 1 run will score. Here comes another 3-hit night. Colin Turnbow. He puts the Cavemen on top 5-3. Have a night, young man.
What a move by Will Bradley. Moving him up to the top of the order really paid off tonight. And boy, has Colin Turnbow just been lights out. He just looked really good today.
3 for 4 day for Colin Turnbow. And he puts the Cavemen on top. The little guy comes through and drives in 2. And now the Cavemen will look for some more insurance. Danny Sperling at the plate. He hits that down the third base line, inside the bag, in a fair ball. Turnbow around second. He's headed for third. And he's going to send him. Here comes Turnbow for the plate. The throw from left field is a strike from Jamie Young, and Turnbow is cut down at home plate. Braxton Martinez got a little aggressive, sending Turnbow with 2 outs, and he's gunned down at the plate. What a throw from Jamie Young. But Turnbow comes through with a 2 RBI knock, and we head to the 7th. How about this day for Colin Turnbow? 3 for 4, 2 runs driven in, and he puts the Cavemen on top. 5-3 as we head to the 7th. The Cavemen storm back for 3 in the bottom of the 6th and take the lead 5-3 as we head to the 7th, final chance for the Hoots. What a ball game we've had so far. And Luke Lampros fouls that first pitch back from Drake Salzman. Lampros, Krogman, and Ty Stouse for the Hoots here in the 7th.
If you're the Hoots, this is exactly what you want up in your lineup. Chase Krogman, one of the best hitters in this league, waits on deck.
Next pitch to Lampros is a bit high, 1 ball, 1 strike. Lampros 1 for 2 on the evening, a single and a strikeout. Colin Turnbow delivers the go-ahead base knock in the bottom of the 6th. That's where we are now. There's a swing and a miss from Lampros. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Turnbow drives in 2. He's got a 3-hit night, and he's feeling good out there at shortstop, and his Cavemen lead at 5-3. Drake Salzman trying to shut the door. Salzman and Deal can't get on the same page. Salzman steps off, and he'll get his sign once more. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Luke Lampros. The pitch from Salzman. Breaking ball, swing and a miss, strike 3. Lampros goes down for the 2nd time on the night. And more importantly, that keeps the tying run in the on-deck circle.
Yeah, it's a completely different ball game if Lampros is able to reach base right there, because one swing in the bat is way more likely with Chase Krogman than it is Ty Stouse.
Chase Krogman looks at a called strike. No balls, 1 strike. Krogman doesn't have a home run this summer, but he's got that power. He scored a team high 18 runs. And he's working on a 1 for 2 nights so far. He's reached base a couple of times. Once on a free pass, once on a base hit. RBI base hit back in the 5th. No balls and 1 strike to Krogman. The pitch. Foul and out of play down the third base line. No balls, 2 strikes. So Colin Turnbow puts the Cavemen on top. Remember that inning started with a Brandon Gutzler triple. Then he scored on a wild pitch to tie the ball game, and then Colin Turnbow, with 2 outs, comes through with the biggest hit of the night. The 0-2 to Krogman is fouled away. Chase Krogman has walked more than he's struck out. 16 walks to 15 strikeouts. The 0-2 to Krogman. Swinging a ground ball. They had the shift on. Bunton scoops it up, fires on to Halverson, 2 away.
Right into the shift. Perfect positioning. And a good job by Bunton being deep back in that 4-hole. Comes up to get it because he knows you got a fast runner in Krogman. And a nice easy throw over to first.
So some defensive changes. Tyler Headcamp is now in left field. And Seth Halverson is playing first. Zach Floyd now in center. 2 away now for Ty Stouse. And the Cavemen 1 out away from stealing a victory from the Hoots. There's a called strike. Oh, and 1 the count on Ty Stouse. He's 0 for 3. The 0-1. Swinging a curveball hit to left. Headcamp makes the catch, and the Cavemen win it 5-3. What a victory for the Cavemen. They move to 11-13-3. Hoots 13-10-3. We'll be back shortly to wrap things up. What a ball game. 5-3. Cavemen win it. We'll be right back. So the Cavemen emerged victorious. They put up 3 runs in the bottom of the 6th, come back from down 3-2. Colin Turnbow delivers the biggest hit of the ball game with a 2-out, 2 RBI single. He has a 3-for-4 night. And the Cavemen win it 5-3. 5 runs on 10 hits, no errors for the Cavemen. 3 runs on 7 hits and 1 error for the Hoots. Cam, what a day of baseball we had, and what a way to end it. One of the best ball games we've seen all summer.
Yeah, it's just crazy how this game unfolded. Crazy with everything that happened, but kudos to the Cavemen and the Hoots, both these squads just locking in and continuing to compete in those middle innings. But obviously the damage was done in the bottom half of the 6th, and the Cavemen just found a way to get things done. And I really would, if I had to pick a player of the game, it's Colin Turnbow.
He came through with a big hit, 3-for-4 night.
The little guy made it work today for the Cavemen throughout a lineup that normally has the big guns that are spraying the ball all over the field.
So the little guy comes through with the biggest hit of the ball game, and the Cavemen win it 5-3. Colin Turnbow, a big-time performance, 3-for-4, a run scored, couple of RBIs. Almost had another run scored, but he was cut down at home plate. But nonetheless, a 5-3 Cavemen victory and a big win for them. They move to 11-13-3. Hoots fall to 13-10-3. That'll do it for the broadcast this evening. For Cam Thomas, Charlie Bornoff, I'm Shane Holsey. We'll see you tomorrow for 3 more, starting at 12 o'clock noon. Corn Belters and Falcons get things started. Jim's Cavemen at 5:30. Hoots Eagles in the nightcap. $5 Frenzy and then dollar beer night for the doubleheader tomorrow night. Final Wednesday of the summer here in the CarShield Collegiate League. The games are getting thin, just 9 more left. We hope you can join us for every single one of them. And we will see you tomorrow afternoon for the first of 3 ball games at noon, Corn Belters and Falcons. For Cam Thomas, Charlie Bornoff, I'm Shane Holsey saying good night from CarShield Field. Have a great rest of your Tuesday night. Stay safe and stay healthy